bitches.
You can't be doing tests on an empty stomach, just saying. Even if you just eat, like, I don't know, a piece of bread or something. Dry bread and water, man. You bought bread today? Even better. Fresh bread? Oh my god. Would kill a man right now for fresh bread. Oh my god. I want a bread maker so bad. I think about it every now and then. Not a fork, am I just baking bread straight up? I want a bread maker. You just throw all the shit in there and it just makes itself. It's great. I had one when I was a kid. I don't know who the fuck thought letting a small child make bread was a good idea, but there we go. It's even tiny tato proof, so that's cool. Also, I think we can start. I'm just sitting here like staring at the wall. Or rather, I guess the curtain in front of me. Cha-chang! As the title says, we are studying today. Konnichiwa, minasan. It's cold as heck today. It's still storming. It's very rainy. I don't know. This weather is all kinds of fucked up. I honestly don't know what to wear because it's cold and then it's hot. Like, it's freezing, and then the next second you're like, why is it so hot? Hair? Not you writing kanji in the chat again, I'm gonna ban you. No, I wouldn't. Because who else is gonna correct me? Alright, I need to think about how I'm doing this. Because load shedding has actually ended, thank god. But when I started setting up for stream earlier, we still had load shedding. So I only had one screen. You gotta know the kanji for Nihongo. So, yes. But I only know the first two. It's the third one that's throwing me off. Because for whatever reason, Japan is two boxes stacked on each other and a headless woman in a dress. Is my avatar's not moving her mouth again? Oh my, I'm actually gonna scream. I'm not doing captions today because it's gonna be all kinds of fuckery, but thanks, Captioner, for the reminder. Let's restart this bitch. I don't know, she did this earlier today as well. Just gonna restart it. Please. There we go. Thanks for the luckies, Johnny. Means language. Ah, like ego, English. I think. Ego. So Nihon is the first part. Nihongo. Jozu? Alright. So I wanna don't fight with me, Hooded, please. Not today. I wanna review hiragana and katakana, but I should do it quickly. I shouldn't take too long with it. But I wanna review it because my katakana is really kaka, to be honest. So we're gonna just do classic reviews, only gonna give us 5. Maybe I do a speed review and see if I don't fuck it up. You can only get 3 wrong in the speed review, so if you do fuck it up, then oh yeah, well, sucks to be you, I guess. But yeah, let's have a look at the speed review. Oh shit. Nya. Ne. Te. Pyo. Pu. Hihi. Ge. Spew. Te. Looks like the hand. Sho. Cha. Ka. Ha. Po. Zu. Pa. I. Cha. Oh no! I done goofed already. Zit. Moo. Because this one too, in my brain is a cow. That's the cow one. Ko. Because it's a little kitty laying down. Yeah. Oh no. Su. You're in a meeting already? Oh my goodness. Hu. Bu. Don't worry, Hooded, you got this. De. Nyo. Fuck. Oh. He. Ba. To. Zo. Me. Pe. This one fucked me last time. Yo. Ah! Fuck. This is fine. This is why I keep reviewing, why I keep practicing, because I dumb, you know? Let's do another speed review. But let's not read chat this time. Because obviously that's the problem here, right? It's, ro. It's not that, no. It's not that I just mix up my symbols. Fuck! Cho? Chu! For fuck's sakes. I can't remember shit today. Harugaime! Hello. Su. Do. Kya? You haven't been on... Oh. Oh! Uh-oh. Did they hear me? Me. Hyo. Ke. Za. Ra. Ki. Oh! Hooded! How could you? How could you? Ri. Sha. Shi. Ru. Ma. So. Go. Ma. Re. Hi. Da. A. Ku. Gi. O. Kyo. Ni. Bo. Ji. Be. Sa. Pu. Shi. Ta. Su. Chi. Nyo. To. Ki. Mya. So. Hya. Myo. Gya. Pya. Ka. Ko. Huh? Pa. Fuck. Ju. New. New. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, I got further that time, so it's okay. I'm supposed to get to like 100 or something. Makes you want to study Korean? I've looked at it very briefly, Haruka, but the writing system is kind of intimidating because I already, as you can see, mix up some sounds. So I just feel like trying to learn another writing system is just going to be too much for my small brain to handle. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I can. I want to though, because I want to sing BTS songs. That's my only motivation. The coolest writing system? It is pretty cool looking, I'm not gonna lie. I do like it. But yeah, gosh. Learning a new one might be a little bit difficult. They celebrate its creator as a national holiday. That's cute as hell. Hi Fozzie! Hello. How are you? I think that's enough review of that. The speed review is nice because it kind of forces me to, but the problem is my attention span is limited. I'm good, Fozzie. How are you? There are some similarities between Korean and Japanese. I've noticed some words sound the same. And, I mean, it makes sense. Pretty sure Japan was in Korea at some point. I don't know if it was like during wartime or something, or they invaded or some shit. I don't know. Long time ago shit, but A lot of Asian languages blend. You know, just like European languages, they can be very similar as well. You got sick? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're hungry? You gotta stay here for the meeting? What, so you can broadcast my stream to a bunch of random people? I can't believe you've done this, Hooded. Your boyfriend is babysitting you? Oh my god. Blessed. Okay. Man, I don't want to do katakana. Katakana is so... Did you make posts? No, I'm not making posts. I haven't made posts in a while because I don't want to. Simply because I'm exhausted. And it's just an extra thing for me to remember, get stressed over, and not do. So I'm just going easy on myself. Because I'm... Too much stress in the one small body. It's making me sick. For no reason. So... It's okay at the moment. Like, I don't mind not making posts. When, maybe in the new year, when things are a bit more stable, we can do the thing. Oh, that's so cute, Farzi! Congrats! Also, you fell? Oh my god. Konnichiwa, Papati! Hi, Lama Lama! How's everybody doing? I hope everyone had a good... Is it... What day is it today? Is it Tuesday? Listen, we're just choosing to be alive today. That's my choice. Happiness can wait. We are simply alive. Thriving? Maybe not. Surviving? Yes. And you know what? Some days that's all you can do. So don't be too hard on yourselves. If you're having a difficult day, just ride the wave, right? Just fucking vibe out, man. Do what you can with what you have, whatever energy you have for today. You gotta learn more words. I mean, yeah, I have words, but I don't have grammars. So, yeah. How are you? How is everybody? Thank you for the lurkies. Hooded, what did you write? Sorry. I'm just looking, I'm just staring at it like, what the fuck is that? Alright, so I haven't done katakana since God was a child. I had a fucking long streak as well, but then, yeah, I kind of gave up. It's okay. Not as comfy? Wait, what's not as comfy? Okay, let's go have a look at classic review because, yeah. Suzukeyo? What is that? I don't know the word. I read it, but then I was like, huh? I don't... You see, the problem is I don't know what this is. I can't even guess what this might be. I think what we're gonna do... We're not gonna do it. Ah, Suzukeyo. Sorry. Highways combine? Oh, you're not... Oh, you're not comfy. Oh, man. You're stuck at the doctor's office. You okay, Puppety? Or is it Fandamily? Ice skater? Oh! What the... I didn't click on that, but cool. It's fine. I struggle with katakana. I want to redo, start over. I don't know. I think there's a button somewhere. Ah, there we go. Restart. Hey, yo! Because, yeah, my brain is poo-poo. For those of you who don't know, katakana we use for foreign words, basically. If they don't have a word for it, or if it's like, lemon. They don't have a word. It's just remon. I think they write it in katakana, right? Yeah, hello! Hello, hello. Wifey is having a checkup for the little spawn. The one in the oven? The bun in the oven? The itty bitty bun? I hope everything's going alright though, with the fam. The squad fam. Papa T's got a beautiful family. Ha! I did. I'll ban you. I will ban you. Try me. I know this one from America. America Jean. E. E. This is very easy, by the way. If anybody wants to learn a language, katakana letters, can I copy your homework? just make it look different. E. I remember the E because it's actually a T. I hate that one. But don't make it obvious. Yeah, look, they're really bad at that. And the P is an R. You know? And the A is an I. Anyway, this website, it's called Memrise. It's very, very nice for studying. It's very nice for studying. I do like it a lot. E is the E, right? The I. E. It does kind of make sense if you do look at the... Oh! Party, yeah. If you look at the two together, side by side, what did she say? Oh. Thank you, Papa T. Ooh, Isn't... Yeah, no. It's, yeah. It's bad times for the brain, for the memory. E. Oh. Resets. E. Oh wait, I can just like that. I can just type it. I'm faster to type it than I am to click it. No listening skills. Thank you very much. Kakikukeko. Ki is very easy because it's the top half of the hiragana. Ka. My listening skills are good. Ku. Ki. Ku. Ka. The car looks like the car, to be fair. You gotta go! No worries, Papa T. I hope everything is alright with the fandom. Imagine being dyslexic. I mean... Are you calling me dyslexic? Are we gonna fight? Why is that quote of the day? K is one that I used to struggle with. It just looks very busy. Ka. Ka.
Ka.
Ki.
Ke.
No! I got
Ke.
bamboozled! Because in my brain I was like, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Anyway, let's focus. Because apparently that's something that we need to do.
Ke.
Even, it was ka, ki, ku,
Ke.
ke?
Ki.
I can't believe this.
Ki.
I'm betrayed
Ku.
by my brain. You're constantly checking if you're unmuted.
Ku.
Please.
Ke.
Please, Hadid.
Ko.
Ko? Because ko... Okay, I know it's not supposed to be for katakana, but when I think of ko, I think like, it's small, yeah? Kotori, koneko. So it's a small cat laying down. That's how I see it. Koneko-chan. He's sleepy. Ko.
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 It's the same for the hiragana ko.
Ko. Ko.
Is a small kitty sleeping. Ke.
Ke.
Kemono. Kokoro. But it's not with katakana because those are Japanese words. Ko is a small kitty sleeping. If you get a random rise in viewership, you'll know why. I can't believe you've done this. But also, I don't see my viewer count. I don't want to see it. I don't want to perceive it. If people are here, cool. If people are not, that's also cool. That's fine. Ka.
Ka.
Ke. Oh, ku.
Ku.
Ki.
Ki.
Now the only thing is I need to press the right thing on my keyboard. This one is ke. No? Oh my god. You see?
Ka. Ka.
Am I gonna get bamboozled again?
Ku.
I need a way to remember that one.
Ki.
This one. Oh, I have to press a number.
Ke. Ka.
Not me wheezing silently. Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Ke. Ko. Ki. Ko.
Oh, I hate them. What did she say?
Ko. Ko.
They look the same in my brain. One of them has a tail, though. Who has the tail?
Ke.
Okay, we'll say Ke. Ke's got the tail.
Ko.
I'll try and remember that. I'll try and stick that in the old noodle.
Ga.
Huh? What did you type? I don't know. Ga. Gi.
Gi.
Oh, this is just going through the new ones.
Ga.
What did you type? Gi.
Gi. Gu.
I can't stand katakana. It's so difficult. Keku. No. Oh my god. Okay, let's see if I can put that in my noodle and maybe it will stay. Keku W. Oh my god, that's so funny. Ga.
Ga. Gu.
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 Ge.
Gu.
Ooh.
Gu.
I can press enter.
Ge.
Maybe I don't need to use mouse for any of this.
Gi.
Gi.
Gi. Ge.
Ge. Ge. Because I got the tail.
Ga.
Why are you like this? Huh? I don't know that.
Ga.
Hmm?
Ga.
Ga.
Ga. Ge. Ge. Gi.
Gi. Gi.
Gi.
Oh. Goo. Goo has no tail. Okay. I think maybe it's stuck in the... I was gonna... Muzu? What is... Majide? Yeah, okay. I know that one. But muzu? It's like a lot? That was throwing me off and I was just like, am I reading it wrong? Go.
Go.
Go. Go away. Go. Go away.
Go.
Ah, there was... Oh man, there was a character on screen that I wanted to ask about. I guess I'll go through it eventually. Gi.
Gi.
難しい。あー。あー。難しい。むず。マジで。Would you say マジで。難しい。かし。難しい。マジで。難しい。Doubling the second consonant. Ah. Atsu. Atsu. Ah.
Ge.
It's not much of a shorten, is it? It's not much of a shorten.
Ga.
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 Gi.
Gi.
Ah, samu. Samui, samu. And is that like, is that like, that would be like informal though, hey? You wouldn't...
Ge.
You can stress harder to show intensity. Ah. Atsu! If you burn yourself, maybe. I just tried to type it out. Cool, I'm so glad. Samu! Or do you... Samu... Samu desu. It's a bit informal. And it would be like... I don't know. In a sentence? I'll just try to type it again. I'm so glad that I did that.
Gi. Ge.
Bum, bum,
Go.
bum, 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 bum. The listening one's too easy, but that's why
Go.
I struggle with the writing.
Gu.
Not in a sentence, just used by itself. Okay, I thought so. Shi, tsu, se, su, se, so. But su is like su.
Shi.
But the katakana is actually worse because there's like a lot of weird sounds that they make. She is one of the smileys. One of 4 smiley faces. In English, you'd say, fuck, it's so hot. I'm sweating my balls off. Did they say that in Japan? I'm sweating my balls off. Ats. Oh, I just tried to type it again. Ah!
Sa.
Did we not just go over this one?
Shi. Su.
Se.
Se.
Se at least looks like its counterpart.
Su. Se. Se.
But katakana is...
Sa. Shi.
If you eat something... spicy. Yeah? Oh, if you eat something spicy. Kara? Is that kara? What did she say?
Shi.
She. Smiley face.
Shi. Se.
So what is
So-
the tiny tsu there? Is it just like to pull out the A sound? Kara! Spicy! So, there's another smiley face. So she and So are friends because they're both smiley faces. Okay. This one is like Jo? I think. Maybe I can't remember. Ju. I think it's Ju.
Shi. So. So. Su. Su. Sa. Sa.
It's too shortened. Oh. Kara. Kara. Okay, so not too long. Oh, what did she say? So.
So.
The friend of she.
Sa. Sa.
Se.
Se.
Se no.
So. Su. Su.
Wee.
Shi. Sa.
Is this Pokemon music? I think it is.
Shi. Su. Sa. Sa. Su.
There's a word for bitter. Nigai! Oh! Let's not say the shortened one. Let's not. I'm especially not going to use the shortened one. Nigai means bitter. So like lemon maybe. I have to enunciate, okay? So like a lemon is bitter? What? I don't know grammar very well. Would you say, to describe something, would you use ga? Or wa is? Sour. What's bitter then? What did she say?
Su. Su. Se.
I keep trying to type it when I'm not supposed to.
So. Shi.
I'm that person who doesn't read the things in the questions in the test.
Su.
Cancelled, yeah. Imagine getting cancelled for saying bitter. That's also like there's a like a filler word, you know, like in English we've got like or like that. In Chinese they have a filler word, and I never really like noticed it until someone mentioned it to me. It might have been jargon. And then in Korean, I think it's either you or people, I can't remember which one it is exactly, uses a word that sounds similar to that, and I'm just like, I don't know how much I want to learn these languages anymore, because I'm scared of saying things wrong to the native speakers, and I'm scared of saying something that sounds like something else in another language, and I'm just like, give me peace! But, yeah, even in like when Korean people say it, people are like, what did they just say? And I'm like, that's just the language, man. That's just how they speak. Jenny's parents' conversation's interesting. Yeah, I mean, some of my students started doing it. Like, I don't know if I just started noticing it towards the end or whatever. But like my lower level students, I started noticing it more, and I was like, what the frick, man? But it's literally just them saying because they don't have those kinds of words there, you know. Shoe. Is it? Supai? Am I reading that wrong? Supai? Shupai? Sure? Shoe? Oh my god. I took too long of a break and now everything leaked out of my ears this over the weekend. Everything leaked out of my brain over the weekend.
So
because I was at a convention. And I've just been waiting for electricity to come back on. I tried using this program on my phone, but it's very clunky compared to PC. So I prefer doing it on my PC, but when I don't have electricity, I can't really do anything. Za. G. G.
G.
So when it's got freckles. Z.
The.
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 When it's got freckles.
Z.
It's G. Yeah, you see he's got freckles. That's G.
G.
Prison tattoo smiley. Oh my god. Z. Okay, so I don't have one for this one. This one we must just remember. Just suck it up and remember it. Za.
The.
Ze.
The.
G.
G.
Z.
Z.
Ze.
The.
Oh! We done goofed, guys.
Zo.
So here's the prison tattoo smiley. The.
The.
It is the friend of G.
Zo.
Zu is Naruto run. Eh? This one. No, Zu.
The. Zo.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Zo. Zo.
It does look like the Naruto run.
Zo.
So, again?
Zo.
I'm tired of katakana. Someone please save me. But I think we'll finish up this section and we'll continue. The thing is, like, hooded, for some reason it looks like for some reason it actually looks like that on my chat. I think it's because I made the text smaller again, so it's a little bit hard to read sometimes. But it looks like a head. How do we save you? Save me from myself. Korea's writing is actually very good at making little peoples. What did he say? It's the guy with the freckles again. No, no, give up. Damn it. G. Yeah, that. So it on. Okay, I know it doesn't look like it here, but on my chat, because the text is so tiny, it actually does look like a. It does look like a head. So you can read my chats instead of threatening. Yeah, I think it's just a case in this case, just refreshing my memory. One of the lines is a headband. So he got pancake head. Ze. Nope. Henry, I'm done actually. Every fucking time I have to ask you to not say that. But you never fucking learn, so I'm actually done. Let us do classic review. Shimata. I've forgotten everything. Not very. Amari? Amari? Ah! Amari. I. Yoi. Aka-chan. Yeah, sorry, I got tired, hooded. I get katakana is overwhelming. I don't know why. It's so frustrating for me. Maybe they'll ask. I never want to eat anything bitter in Japan. Thank you very much. I'm going to very politely and in full words explain to people that I can't eat bitter food. Baby! Babies? Akachan. I can't remember this one. Do I use a hint? Oh! I feel like it did start with R though. Aka? Akarui. Akarui! Ano. This one's easy. Ano. I know this one. Okay, so look. Sa chi ra. Osara. Osara. Prison. Eto. Ano. I like saying ano ne. What did he say? Best in? Oh fuck. I kept doing this one wrong. Because, I kept saying something else. Sai? Ichiban? I kept saying Ichiban Saikyo! Ichi! Man, so I said half of what I was supposed to say. Anyway. Oji. Oji. Oji-san. Because it's not Oji. Oji. Oji, if it's a long I sound, that's grandpa. But this is Oji-san. Uncle. Son. Son! Oji-san. Day before yesterday. Fuck. Head is actually empty. You say that hooded. You say that hooded, and I'm sitting here like, what is the fucking day before yesterday? I don't remember this one for shit. I don't even know what day is. I don't know what yesterday is. Oh. I know today is kyo. Kyo wa today is cold. This one you don't need for shit. Day before yesterday. Ototoi. There was 3 words for it as well.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu.
Issakujitsu. Issakujitsu. I remember. Thank you. Imoto. Imo. To. Imoto. Oh my goodness. Ototoi. There's no test? Oh fuck yeah. So they're just gonna give you money now? Year before last? Oh fuck. It's the same, right? Ototoshi? Ototoshi. Isakunen. Kaeru. Kaeru. Kaerimasu. I'm tired. Obento. Oh. To. Obento. Screening and many rounds of interviews. Oh man. A polite person. I remember ta. Or it was Okata? Otaka? No, what was it? Not... I'm confused. Ota, not E? Ka? Was it not a O? It's kata.
型
For fuck's sakes. Kata. 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 A polite person gives you their umbrella, which is kasa. Yeah? A polite person gives you their umbrella. Kasa, kata. Okay. Don't know how useful kata will be. Since apparently everyone in Japan is polite anyway, but you know. Oba-chan. Oba. Quick, quick. Oba. Oba. Ba 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 ba. San, not chan.
おばさん
Kasa. Kasa I learned in university. Many years ago. Probably 8 years ago. Do you want to see the kanji for kasa? Please tell me it looks like an umbrella. Otherwise I will flip a table. Kilogram. Kilo. Gram.
キログラム
Kilogram. Kawa. Oh my god. It's like a house of umbrellas. That's cute, man. It's like a... Do you know what? It actually reminds me of a... What is it called? Like a gazebo? Because it's a little house you can go into. Is that the kanji for people? Hito? It's for people under an umbrella? I said kawa, yeah? Kawa. Kawa.
川川
Q. Hey, I remembered. Q. Q. No? That's Ku.
9
I was like, why is this wrong? The first one was wrong, actually. Oh, yes, I remember you showed me that. Because it looks like a little river. Man, sometimes Japanese is really cute. But it can be really intimidating as well. It's the flow of water in a river. Yeah, it's very cute. Kiro. 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 Me. Wait, does it have the dash in it? I can't remember. I think it's at the end. Kiro me toru. Kiro me toru. Is that not the right one? You gotta hop into... Yeah. No worries, Hooded. Kirome. It's here. Kirome. Because it needs to be longer. That's not right, though. Kirome to... That is the wrong one?
kilometer.
It was the wrong one. Oh shit, JP. Yeah. Hello, motherfucker. Did you have a good time at Rage? Questionable. It's questionable if I had a good time at Rage, to be honest. I don't remember this one. Key. Awe, masakant. Konbawa. Konbawa. Dirty. Hello back. To torment me? Yes, definitely. Why else would you be here? I can't remember what was dirty. Key? How's things going, Puggy? Also, 16 months? Oh my god. Pew, 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 pew. Damn!
Sweet 16 much? Husband PT13, husband PT13, husband PT13.
Thank you, JP. 16 months. That's some cray shit. Also, hi, Miyuki. I'm dirty. Why am I dirty? Could not be me.
Husband pages 13.
Nani? Oh, because it was husband PT 13, not PP 13. Who did? Okay, I feel like it definitely has nai in it. That's not a key. Kita nai. Kitanai. Your brain is kitanai. You being the interrupting cow. Moo! I don't care about pro. I'm poor. Leave me alone. Okay, so I did the classic review. I think we're good. But let's see. Listening. Ototoi isakujitsu. Day before yesterday. Osara. Osara is plates. Ojisan. Uncle. Oji-san. Oji-san. Ano ne. Amari. What was that again? Too much? Imoto. Little sister. You're also studying Alpha? What are you using to study? Are you using the orange? The orange? Orange? Guys, colors. Wow. Midori. Green. Green owl. You had a broken conversation with a Starbucks barista today? Oh my god! Listen, Puggy, you don't actually... I feel like you don't actually need to learn the writing so much. Living in Japan, speaking is the most important thing for you. So, if I had to ask you what the weather's like today, Puggy, what would you say? It's humid as fuck in Johannesburg. I actually, like, I stand up and I feel like just... Yeah, it's very uncomfortable. Ugh. Ototoi is too hard. Otoi. Who did? No! Be nice. What did he say? Imoto. To. Imoto. Yoi. Good. Akarui. Bright. Aka-chan. Aka-chan. Aka means red, but aka-chan means baby. Because babies are red. Ichi. Ichiban. You already hate kanji? Kanji's not so bad. Katakana, on the other hand, very difficult. My brain won't absorb it for whatever reason. Cool. Well, let's do new words, guys.
グラム
You're spreading the word so there's no miscommunication. Guramu. You hate katakana too. It doesn't stick for whatever reason. You know, I have my little bullshit stories for the symbols. For some reason, I can't get the katakana ones to stick. So anyway, guramu, 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 guramu. Speaking of katakana, guramu,
警官
keikan. So there's his little policeman handcuffs. Yeah, the symbol over here. Maybe how I can't make it bigger. What if I unlock this? What did I move? Whoa! I wanted to move this. Oh, I unlocked the wrong thing. That's why. I was like, why can't I move this? Can you guys read it nicely? That's not what I wanted to do at all. Yeah. Maybe that's a little bit easier. I think that's all you need to be able to see. Or even just this. Then don't matter the wallpaper behind me. That shit don't matter. Mecha samui. You will not attempt the hiragana? No, that's okay. That's okay. You still confuse yourself? Yeah? At entry? Yeah. That's the policeman. Keikan. Keikan is a policeman. The second kanji has got the policeman's handcuffs. The first one, however, just there's literally 3 ones in there, so I don't know. Kanji's gonna take me a while to learn, I think. Can't make it bigger? Oh my goodness. What do you mean, Alpha? Looks insanely complicated. Mecha samui. Mecha samui. Kyou wa mecha samui. It's very cold today here, but it's like humid as well. It's actually disgusting. I'm not ignoring anybody. Listen, it's taking me a while to get through chat. Guys, don't make me put you on slow mode because I will. And I will still ignore you if you're going to say I'm ignoring you. I will get to your message when I can. Not only am I studying, but I'm chatting to several people. So relax. How are you doing, P-Squiddies? You couldn't give 2 shits about kanji? Yeah, I feel like you don't need to in Japan. I think they have enough, like, quality of life for you to just, like, you can speak to people. That's all you need. You don't need to be able to read anything. And if you're unsure about something, you can just ask. You're just being extra. The P-Squiddies! No worries. But I hope you're doing good, P-Squids. Guramu! This is very easy to find because it's the only one with katakana. But anyway, what is this one? Munamu? Don't know. Isha. This is doctor. Isha is doctor. You just got out the shower. You're making coffee. Ooh, you got to tackle work today. Oh, Minami. Huh? Me. Oh, I misread. Minami Ahurika Jin desu. That's me. Because I'm Minami, South Ahurika Jin. South African. Minami Ahurika Jin desu. That's me. I learned some things how to introduce myself when I was in university. Ahurika. Ahurika Jin. African. South African. I mixed up the me and the moo. Mimu. Minami. But yes, P-Squiddies, I hope Hope work goes well today. So yes, Isha. Isha is doctor. Minami, south. This is Guramu. This is our answer. This one? Yo. What is this one? Yukuri? Yukuri? I don't know this one. Yukuri. Slowly. Ah. That's how I need to study. Puggy doesn't know. I think Puggy doesn't know kanji. she's living and working in Japan now. But yukkuri hanashite kudasai. Ah, yukkuri hanashite. I struggle to read. Man and woman. Okay, that's a good one to learn. You just need to know which one means woman. So the first one is woman, the second one is man. Okay, woman and man. Good to know for going to the loo. As long as you know which one, Puggy. But I'm sure, don't they have like the symbols anyway, so you would be able to see. It wouldn't be too much of an issue. Keikan, so this is our answer. Kekko. No. To refuse. Kekko. Kekko desu. Golfy needs these tips. He's literally... Yeah, he did say... Kesu? I don't know this one. Japan does have pictures like the rest of the fucking world. I know, that's what I was saying. Kekko? Is a bit rude. Ah. Daijoubu. Daijoubu desu. Like saying no thank you. Like, it's okay. And then... Dewa? Then? I think... No, that's not wa. Anyway. Keikan. In case you need to know who the policeman is. You're learning German?
Keikan.
I hope none of you need to know who the police are. Huh? Kotaeru. No worries, Hooded. I hope it goes well. Kotaeru. To answer. Kotaeru.
Keikan.
Keikan. Policeman. Kan.
Keikan.
Keikan. Kotaeru. Kotaeru. There's our answer. Koko. Koko is here. I don't know this one. Kon. Getsu. Kotoba. I know the word kotoba, but I can't think of what it means now. Kotoba. Kotaeru is to answer. Koko is here. Doko is where. Asoko is over there, I think. What did he say?
Guramu.
Guramu. Shit. Gu. Ra. Mu. Guramu. Keikan. I don't want you guys to know this, but you need to know it in case. Kotaeru. Answer. This sounds rude just to say kotaeru by itself, but it's okay. Ko. Ta. Eru. Kotaeru. Koko here, soko de. Kono, this. Sono, that. 9.69. I don't know what that means, but you seem excited, Hooded, so I'm glad to hear that. Kochira. こっち。
こちら、こっち。
こっち。こちら。This way. Close to the speaker or towards the speaker. こちらこそ. Like when you go into a restaurant and they're leading you in, I think. こちら。
こちら、こ
答える。
答える。
こちら。
こちら、こっち。
Oh, I forgot to read the other ones. Damn it. グラム。グラム。ムムム。
グラム。
Mu is a cow. Remember we spoke about that last time?こちら。
こちら、こっち。
こちら。
こちら、こっち。
Alright. Hello? Did it crash? It did crash. Oh, are we back? It's not responding. It's just one called Memrise. It's a website. Thank you for the baubles. Cha-chang, we're back.
赤。
Aka? We're going back to Aka? What happened? You got A+ and everything except a management site? Oh, nice. I mean, B is still fine. That's really good. Congrats, so dude. Holy shit. What are you studying? Aka. Aka-chan.
明るい。
明るい. Uh-oh. Oh, now I have to do the kanji? Oh, fuck. I wasn't paying attention. Shit.
赤。
明るい.
明るい。
Because I saw the rui in there.
あまり。
あまり。
あんまり。
あんまり. あまり. Oh, computer science? What's your fucking language? Which one? Amari? You never need Amari?
いい。
E.
良い。
E. Yoi.
あまり。
Amari
あんまり。あまり。あんまり。
is used in kana only? Okay, okay. Hi, Saku.
いい。
E.
良い。
Yoi.
赤。
Aka.
赤。
Using kana, not kanji. Ah. Akarui. Here we have the rui at the end. It gives it away.
明
It
るい。
means bright. Akarui. Oh! Squiggles! Look at these faces here. This is how I feel today. Thank you for the head pat, Saku. This is how I feel today. Anyway. Ichi.
1。
Ichi.
あまり。
Amari.
あんまり。
Amari.
あまり。あんまり。1。
Ichi.
1。
I.
いい。
Did I snort? 明るい
明るい
right?
あまり
あまり
あまりあんまり
あんまり
1
I don't know, I just make noises.
1
1
1
一番
いい
いい
よいいよい1
1
赤
赤
赤
Whee! Man, kanji is spicy. 明るい
明るい
Isn't this part of watashi?
赤
Fuck. Fucker. Aka. Aka. I can't think of a way to memorize this one. Aka. It is watashi. Ah! Aka. Thank you, Yaku. You can just study all the colors at once. I know, like, Aka is red, Aoi is blue, Midori is green, Shiro, Kuro, those ones are easy. Ones that I struggle to remember would be like orange, yellow, I think starts with a B, but I can't remember. Purple sounds pretty, but I can never remember what it is. And brown. I think those colors are the ones that you don't learn as, like, in the beginning. They bring up the other colors first for some reason. Red and blue. Ocha? Oh! Cha. Cha iro. Ah! Color, iro means color. Cha, ocha is tea. Cha iro. Okay. I can't remember now. Fuck. It wasn't this one though, was it? Oh, it was this one. Akarui, akarui, akarui. I, yoi. 1
1
赤赤赤赤
赤
So the kanji for aka, the color, and akarui, the aka is a different one. Amari
あまりあんまり
1
1
Would you like to try installing a Japanese keyboard on my PC? I, yoi.
1
Ichi, ichi. So this ichi is best in. It's not one, it's best in. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it goes 11 on PC or your phone. So I do have on my phone. Akarui. It's this one. Akarui.
明るい
Nana! Nana, nana, nana. Aka.
赤
11,
あ
12.
んまり
Romaji. I think it's the 12 key. Because I think we spoke about it before. Like, you have to press and hold the thing to change it. Alternatively, I've just clicked on the group that it belongs to and it puts the right words in, and I'm like, oh, how did it know? How did it know what I wanted to say? It was very strange.
あまり
Amari.
あまりあんまり
Amari. I. Yoi. Oh.
いい
E. It's kanji now. Tato. Please, it's kanji. Your entire family just calls Nachi 7 these days. I mean, she's always been Nana. As long as I've known her, she's always been Nana. So, it's fine. They have no idea. Nachi has no idea. I'm sure you could call her fart bag and she would still look up at you. Probably with disdain, as she usually does, but you know. Nana's the most judgy pug I've ever known. Amari. Amari.
あまり
Amari.
あんまり
Amari. Whee!
妹
You have a pick? Oh my god, yes. Imoto. Okay, so do you know what, guys? I'm gonna, in my brain, this first part of the kanji is the little sister. You see how she's holding the hand of their older sibling? They're holding hands, yeah? Imoto, younger sister.
妹お皿
Osara! I know Osara. I already have Osara locked in the bank.
妹
Imoto. Osara.
お皿おととい
Ototoi. Isakujitsu. Ototsui. Ototoi. Otoi. You said they cut out the one toe. Otoi. Oh my god, they are actually just holding hands. Imoto. Oh, I see. And then you just write big sister, little sister for sisters. Japanese is such a cute language, man. Otoi. Okay. So if you look at it, this is day, right? I think this means day. But this is the day before yesterday. That's how we're gonna remember it. So it's minus a day. Isn't that what you said, Hooded? It's like one day before today, which is yesterday. No. Day before yesterday. That's 2 days ago. But it's the day before the day. Something like that. In any case, that's how we're gonna remember it. And this is the year.
一昨年
Year before last. 1 day before yesterday. There we go. This is 1 year before last year. The last two kanji make yesterday. Ah. And this would be then yesteryear. Because that's a word that people use.
おととい一昨日おとつい
Ototoi. There's the day.
おととい一昨日おとつい
If you double the middle kanji, do you just keep going back in time?
おととし
Ototoshi. 2 years before. Oh, really? This was little sister. Imoto.
妹お弁当
Obento. Okay, let's see. Obento. This is the obento. This is the lunchbox. Do you know why? Because it has the layers. And then it's tied at the top with the little ribbon. The rest of these I'm going to struggle with. But maybe this is from the house. Because it looks like a house. It's your lunch from the house. Okay. Because you take your obento away. You take your bento from your house to go eat your lunch somewhere. Let's go.
お皿
Osara!
お皿
I almost clicked on place.
お弁当
Obento! Okay. Oh, that one's easy. And then this is your lunchbox from the house. It's the same to as in honto. Honto ni? Oh.
お弁当
Obento. This is the day before. Where is it? Day before yesterday?
おととい
Ototoi.
一昨日
Isakujitsu.
おとつい
Ototsui.
妹
Wait, did I click? I don't know. Ah! know, Imoto. Thank you very much. I'm just dumb. Year before last. Ototoshi. Isakunen. You take your bento from from the kombini to your house. I mean, fair. Fair. How is it though? Is it good? What is your favorite thing? What did he say? Imoto. As if we don't know because I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Ototsui. Isakujitsu. Obento. Oops. Ototoshi. Isakunen. Obento. Osara! I will never forget Osara. You are now in 160p because your internet thinks the stream is too high quality. Oh my god. I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to read the kanji. You're just going to see me. You're just going to see me like flailing, struggling. Day before yesterday. Imoto. I almost clicked I don't know again. For fuck's sakes, man. You would kill a family of 4. Puggy, no! I can't breathe. You would kill a family of 4 for a tonkatsu or bento. Such violence on a Tuesday, Puggy. My god. Osara. Are you done with work for today, by the way? Because you go on holiday from next week sometime, right? I still need to make a date with you. What if you find a family of 5? Well, I don't think they need to have the tonkatsu themselves. I think she's just saying you could pay in the form of tonkatsu or bento to kill the family. Never say never. O bento. Ototoi. Oh my god. Last year. Ototoshi. Thank you, Yaku, for the head pats. Huh? Obento. 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 Troll everyone. Imoto. Oh, I see this has got the same there. But I remember this one as being the sister. This is the little sister holding the hand. But maybe I should make this the little sister holding the hand of someone else. Because that's the character that says sister, but that's... Anyway. Obento. Bento. You gotta have flawless Japanese first. You see, that's the problem. If I can just say enough to like get around and like be like, oh, where is this? How much is this? You know? Are you learning Japanese in order to leave SA? Hi, LSD. Not to leave South Africa. I just have a passion for languages and yeah, that's about it. I don't think we'd ever relocate to Japan. Would be cool, but I don't think my boyfriend would want to do that. Yeah, languages are fun, Hooded. I, despite complaining about Afrikaans in school, have retained a lot of it for whatever reason. I haven't spoken Afrikaans except in drips and drabs since I was in high school, which was 11 years ago. And I studied Japanese in university. I think it was 8 years ago because it was my second year of university. And I graduated in 2015, I think. I honestly don't remember. It's kind of a blur. Yeah. Because I matriculated in 2011. It is now 2022. So that's 11 years, right? Year before last. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? Dude! Dude! What? What?
おととし
Ototoshi. Isakunen. Osara. Osara.
さら
What do you mean? Why does your voice sound younger than your age? Listen, LSD, my face is younger than my age. So don't at me. I turned 30 this year. Everyone's like, this weekend I was told I looked between 22 and 24. I was like, bro. Puggy, okay, I'm not the problem here. So my older sister was held back, and because she and I are a year apart, my parents were like, oh yeah, let's hold me back as well, so that the younger daughter is not in the same class as the older daughter. And I was like, why is it my problem if she fails? I got held back because my older sister got held back. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? So yeah, I was technically a year older than I should have been in school, because my older sister wasn't like emotionally ready or whatever, and for some reason that was my problem. So yeah, I finished technically a year late. Also, Puggy, I need to send you a picture. It's not beautiful. Puggy, do you use Discord at all? Because I live on Discord. But I'm very bad at using other things to chat. Unless you have like another app that you use more, because I know Line. People like Line. You gotta call your mom. She's far away from home. Oh yeah, before you get the chancla. I'm the shit. Keep your inner child alive. Yeah, very much so. I'm very short as well, so it doesn't help. People can be pretty rude to you if they think you're young though, so that's great. That's one of the problems with like people not knowing your age. They're just like, oh yes, this person is a child, I can be rude to them. Meanwhile, speak to my hips, man. They're old. The hips are old, man. Okay, year before last. Did we not just do this one? I'm so confused. I haven't been paying attention. Ototoshi. Isakunen. Day before yesterday. Ototoi.
Ototoi. Issakujitsu. Ototsui.
Ototsui. Imoto. Imoto. This one.
Imoto.
Genuine question. Oh. Osara. I reserve the right to not answer any questions if I don't want to though, so... You're welcome! You're welcome to ask any questions you want. Whether or not I answer them is an entirely different situation. Currently on Discord as we speak, sending hentai gifts to the homies. Oh my goodness. Why are you studying? Why not? Do I have you on Discord, Puggy? I do? But to answer your question, Kama, I have a passion for languages. I'm very interested in languages. And that's why. Did turning 30 have some impact on your self-esteem? No? Should it have? All I wonder is, like, one day am I gonna look in the mirror and be like not recognize myself? Or, like, realize that I've become old? I guess. So that's the only thing. Like, because everyone keeps telling me I look so young. How long will that last? And when it happens, how will I feel about it? Like when I do start looking older or I start looking my age, like how will I feel about it? Because yeah, people have been misguessing my age, incorrectly guessing my age for years now. So like in my head I'm like, ah yes, I still look young, but how long will that last? How long will I continue to be the fountain of youth? I guess. Forever. Also, we shouldn't have minors in chat, to be honest, because technically my stream is 18 plus, and they have to agree that they're not minors when joining, so no, if you're sending hentai gifts to the homies, whatever, man. What other languages can you speak? I mean, obviously I speak English as a native English speaker. Ek kan Afrikaans praat, maar ek klink snaaks, so I don't like speaking Afrikaans. But I can understand. Like, my comprehension skills are always better than my speaking skills, because I think I'm very, like, insecure. So, like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I just prefer not to say anything, or I'll just speak in English and hope they understand. Because I understand. I just don't know, like, I don't have the confidence to respond. So I can speak and understand Afrikaans as well. I did a bit of isiZulu in university, but I didn't pursue it. Instead decided to go with Japanese. I did a year of both. And then they cancelled Japanese when I wanted to do my second year, and then they only brought it back after I graduated. I was like, no thank you guys, I'm good. So yeah, unfortunately that's all I know. I just answered that question, Kama. I don't know what you want from me. Hey yo, what the fuck? What the fuck what, Puggy?
Kaeru.
Kaeru? Kaeru. Kaeru.
Kata.
Kata. Kata.
Kaeru.
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 Go home. Is it frozen again? It is. I don't know why it's doing this, actually. This page is slowing down Firefox. What do you mean, sir? Let me actually close... Sorry, I have another browser open because I'm lurking in, like, a bunch of other streams. I might just have to close some. Sorry, homies. I don't know if my PC is on the fritz. For realsies, not for play. Yeah, we're buffering. Sorry to the homies. Let's just refresh and see. No? No? Okay, it's just fucked. It's completely fucked off now. It's like, nah, son. Couldn't be me. Just a moment. We might have to start over some things. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, it's back up now. Let's see if it's gonna behave itself. There we go. Cool. When did you start learning Japanese? I started learning when I was in university, so like 8 years ago. And then... yeah, I keep wanting to study it again, but it's hard to stay motivated, which is why I'm now doing it in streams as a way to like bully myself. Kaeru! Go home!
Kata.
Kata! Polite person. Kaeru.
Kaeru.
So yeah, it's a by myself kind of
Kata.
study. But now I have a friend. Kawa! Where's Hooded? Hooded! The river is here.
肩肩
So yeah, I just recently picked it back up again. Kawa.
川
汚い
Kitanai. 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 Kaeru. It's nice to have a friend. For studies, definitely. Definitely. I think it's very hard to stay motivated. For things, you know, like language studies, going to the gym, keeping up a hobby. It's easier to have someone. How long do you think it will take to learn? Years? Languages aren't something that you can just quickly pick up. For studies. Yeah, exactly. I was an English teacher before I started streaming full-time, and I had students who'd been studying English for years. So it's something that requires a lot of practice. You missed. We came across the river, man. The river kanji. Kaeru.
帰る
We came across the river. Kitanai. Yeah, it'll take years. And because I'm as you can see, doing N5, this is the lowest level. This is the lowest level that I could do. So, yeah. I don't know who that is, Kama, but cool, I guess, if they disagree with me.
汚い
Your mom didn't pick up, but you got food. Nice. What did you get? Q. 2 years and going strong. Nice. Holy shit. You got to N3 in 2 years. Goddamn. Q. Q. Kitanai.
汚い Q
Q.
Q く
Kata.
肩
Kaeru.
帰る
Sandwich? Oh, hot chocolate. Oh my god, actually. Hot chocolate would be amazing. Oh, Jesus, that's scary. We looked at this earlier, Hooded, if you remember.
警官
Keikan. 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 Keikan.
Q Q
Oh, no! I'm gonna go cry now. I clicked on the wrong 9 because I don't read. Shit. Keikan.
警官 Q
Q.
Q く
Read. Ah! Kawa. Kawa.
川
The
川
river.
答える
Kotaeru. Hooded? Why does this look like a grumpy, let's say, sensei? He's sitting with his hands. You know, like when people, I think it's like a steeple or something, when they're like waiting for you to answer and they make their hands like in an A shape. That's literally what this kanji is doing. It's a sensei. He's got a mustachio. You can see over here, mustachio. There's his mouth. There's his eyes. He's waiting for you to answer the question. Kotaeru. He's waiting for you to answer the question.
答える
And obviously the eru I can recognize. Kotaeru. So I hope I never forget that one. Kotae nasai. So don't answer? Don't respond. Don't speak. Shut up. Maybe. How do I not know every person in the world because every person speaks languages? What do you mean? Every person speaks a language, Kama. What are you saying? Oh. Oh, Janai. Janais don't. When you're talking down to someone. Did you mention every person? No, but why do I need to know this person if I like learning languages? What does that got to do with anything? Can I not like doing something without knowing a person who does it as well? I like playing Genshin Impact. Do I know every, you know, every influencer, every streamer, every whatever? Do I know the top person playing Genshin? Do I know the top cosplayer in the world? No. Those are some other things that I enjoy. The guy who pretends to know all languages on Omegle? Okay, I don't know who that is. I don't use Omegle. Looks like he has... Oh, I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. But I also don't need to know. Just... Holy shit. Literally every person in the world speaks a language, but apparently in order to care about languages, I need to know this person who can speak all of them, apparently. Like, Kama, I don't know what your point is, why you're, like, coming to my chat and arguing with me. Like, okay, you're not allowed to like this thing, actually, because you don't know this person. Passion in quotation marks, because I'm not allowed to, you know? So, you can kindly fuck on out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye! Sayonara! Because I hope we never see you again. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to have a passion for something because I don't know some random person on the internet. Wow. Like, imagine. I can't like something because I don't know a person. I can't be passionate about something because I don't know a person. Like, you can eat a sack of shit for all I care. I know what Kama Sutra is. That's why I was just calling him Kama. Because I didn't want to read out the entire name. But, like, honestly... people are allowed to... let people like things, first of all, and let people be passionate about things in their own way. Holy fuck. Go take your pretentious ass somewhere else. God damn. Man, people are annoying. Kitanai! That name was Kitanai.
Kitanai.
Kaeru. Thank you, Yaku. Kaeru. So the way that I remember this one, and maybe it's a very silly way to remember it, but this looks like a road. So the person needs to go home. Sorry guys, I don't normally ban people and I don't normally get annoyed with people. I'm a very patient person. I put up with a lot of nonsense. But if you're gonna come here and question my passions, my interests, like, you can fuck off. Well and truly. You can fuck off. You don't have to be here. If someone's holding a gun to your head for you to be here, call the police, man. Because I'm very sorry that they're doing that to you. Like, you can literally go watch anyone else. You can literally fuck right off and go anywhere else on Twitch. There are, like, millions of streamers out there that you can go be annoying to instead. Maybe they don't read your messages. Maybe they don't engage with you. Sorry. I don't see why it should be my problem and why I have to deal with shitty people. Kitanai.
汚い。川。
Kawa.
川。
What does the traditional one look like? Sorry, guys. I don't like being like that, okay? We're here to chill and talk shit. Right? Okay. Kata. That person was not kata at all. They were not a polite person. They just came here to cause shit.
9。く。
Classic example of fuck around and find out. Hit pats on cooldown? Oh, it's probably just so it doesn't get spammed. Sorry. I actually don't know if I can set the cooldown for that. Some people in Twitch chat can be quite annoying. Yeah, you're telling me. I banned someone else earlier because every time they come into my fucking chat, they call me baby. The more you fuck around, the more you find out. Yeah. Kaeru. Go home. Get the fuck out of here. You're annoying? You are? What are you doing?
9。
Q. The only reason why Q is so easy for me to remember is because of QB from Naruto. You're also annoying? Oh my god, we're all annoying, guys. Kawa.
川。川。
We're all annoying now.
警官。
Unless you don't want to be annoying, in which case you don't have to be, but... You can't remember Q? QB! You know QB? Naruto. QB. Look! It's a baby! Nana! Lucky, lucky. Kurama! Kurama is a QB. He's got 9 tails. And then there's also... Nanabi. I don't remember. I don't remember the name. It's the bug. Which one was this? Kokishi. Kokishi just scares me. It's a big scary bug. Chome! That's his name. But he doesn't look like he has 7 tails, so I'm very confused. But there's a song. There's a song from Naruto that has all of the tailed beasts in the song. So... Here's Hachibi. He's got 8 tails because he's an octopus. This is a horse. I think this one is Rokubi. This is the 2-tailed. I don't remember their names or what they are. This is a very pixelated picture. Anyway, yeah, all the tailed beasts. They're very fucking cute. This is like a slug thing, I think. I don't remember. In any case, there's a song, and it's called the like counting song. I snorted again. Why don't I hear it?
警官。
Keikan! Listen, I don't want to hear any of you talking about
警
Keikan.
官。
Behave yourselves, be good.
答える。
Kotaeru.
答える。
Oh my god. Snorts have been plentiful since the drinking stream? Yeah? Oh god, what did alcohol do to me? This one... Kata. Kata?
肩。
Shows that you're having fun. That or you old and you can't breathe. Or you can't breathe. Not and. Anime has helped you many times with your students. Ah! Yesterday I was trying to think of the word pillar. I was like, ah yes, Demon Slayer taught me this one. That's really cool. Yeah, that's why my listening skills are so much better than my speaking skills. I just need to be right back. Quick sticks. Do I throw you guys on the BRB screen? Puggy teaches English in Japan. I'm gonna be right back though. Like, let me actually pop, because the ad is starting like in 30 seconds anyway. So I'm just gonna pop the ad and I'll be back. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Literally. Ah! Why didn't I pick a butthole? Money, 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 money! Make an offering. Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink, oink. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender indeed. Oh, I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face! Ah! So scream. Anyway, hello guys, I'm back. I just went to go turn on the oven and chat to Ray. Alright, I don't remember what we were talking about before, but we're here now, so that's something. My power's going off at 8 o'clock tonight, so I had to go and just turn on the oven for dinner. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, did it crash again? Oh my goodness. Cooking? Yeah, I was able to actually cook. Well, I cooked earlier today so that I could stream now. Why does this keep crashing though? I don't understand. It's just not having it. It won't even refresh, man. My bar's gone. Oh yeah. It's like, it doesn't want me to study today. It's just like, no, we're gonna crash now, actually. Actually... I just made mac and cheese, though. It wasn't anything mind-blowing. Is it just Firefox that's being problematic? I think it is. I think it updated recently. But I don't know why it's being a pain in the ass. There we go. I don't know why it's being so annoying. But, yeah, fuck the rain, man. God damn it. Oh, we're doing listening? No, thank you. Free only, thank you very much. New words. We're still busy on kanji. Kawa. Kawa.
Kawa.
That's
Kawa.
river.
Kitanai.
Kitanai. Dirty.
Kitanai.
Filthy. Disgusting.
Keikan.
Keikan. You see now, because I haven't learned these other ones, I obviously know that's
Keikan.
the answer. But I know Keikan is policeman. Q.
Kyu. Ku.
Keikan. Keikan's scary, because there's a scary character and there's the handcuffs.
Keikan.
Kawa.
Kawa.
That
Kawa.
one's just easy. There's the angry teacher waiting for you to answer.
Kotaeru.
Kotaeru. Okay, so wait. Hooded said something earlier because I misread it as Janai, but it was Nasai? Nasai? When talking down to someone like your student will get. Ah! Kotai Nasai? Okay.
Keikan.
Keikan. I don't want to hear any of you talking to the Keikan, okay? Behave yourselves.
Kotaeru.
Kotaeru. Cute.
Kyu. Ku.
Kotaeru.
Oh. This is fun.
汚い
Kitanai. What if you need help? I mean, I guess at least the policeman in Japan would actually help people. You know the policeman here wouldn't. The only time you'd be speaking to the police is to be disappointed. Why is it... It's not working again? What is up? Do I actually have to use... Oh my god, it broke. What did I do? I'm so confused, but it's okay. Let's continue. Kotaeru.
Kotaeru. Keikan.
Keikan. I don't know. I would not speak to the policeman in South Africa for help, to be honest.
Koppu.
Koppu. Koppu. So this smiley face over here, it's a little bit harder to tell, but it's smaller than the other ones, right? So it means you pull out the P sound. Koppu. You kind of pause. You pull it out. So it's like the two. It's the two. It's the two of katakana. Koppu. Wait, what about that guy? Koppu. Oh, that's his face. Oh my god, it is actually. Koppu. Cup.
Kopi.
Kopi. I know this one from Naruto actually. Kopi ninja. Kopi ninja. But interestingly enough, kopi is how they say coffee in Korea for some reason. So they say kopi. And in Japan they say kohi. I don't know about China though. Anyway, kopi. Kopi. Simple.
Koppu.
Koppu.
Koppu. Kopi. Kopi. Konna.
Konna. Konna. This kind. Something close to the speaker. I should cook, but I think today might be a cup ramen day. I mean, it's okay. Cup ramen, it's nice if you, especially because you said it's cold, right? I think it's nice because then you don't have to do too much, but you can still have something warm. Konna.
Koppu.
Koppu.
Konna.
Konna.
Konna. Sanpo suru.
Sanpo. Sanpo is like to walk, I think. Suru, like to go for, to go, to do. Suru. Benkyou suru is to study. Sanpo. to go for a walk, to stroll, to go skidoodle skidoodle, basically. Sanpo suru. Sanpo suru. Sanpo suru. Koppu.
コップ。
コップ。散歩する。
散歩する。コピー。
コピ。
コピー。
Cheese curry? Interesting. Konna.
こんな。
Konna.
7、7。
Ah, 7! 7, 7. 7, 7. Konna.
こんな。7、7。
7.
7、7。散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。7、
Shrimp. Uh-oh. Is she ever worried about, like, if you... I don't know, because I'm, like, super paranoid. If I eat anything that has seafood in it, I, like, go brush my teeth immediately afterwards. Because, with food intolerances, a little bit is okay. But food allergies, it's, like, dangerous. I'm so scared. I've actually been meaning to ask, like, a doctor, like, how likely is it that I could pass something on to Ray? Your allergy is pretty mild so far. Well, I hope it fucking stays that way. God damn.
7、7。
Nana.
7、7。
Shichi.
コ
Shichi.
ピー。
Kopi.
コピー。7、7。
Nana.
7、7。散歩する。
Sampo suru.
散歩する。
Sampo suru. Oh shit, we're on the second part. Duh, we're learning new words. Your mom had the same mild allergy? And then oh, Jesus. Okay, well, that's kind of what happened to me because I had a very mild allergy to... Well, I say very mild. I had a mild allergy at first to aspirin, but, like, we didn't know what it was. So obviously I just kept taking the same pills because I was, like, what, 7 years old or something? Yeah, I just kept taking the same pills, like, every time I had a headache or whatever. Because I'm allergic to aspirin. So... yeah, I, had more and more severe reactions. And the last time I had a reaction, I went to the doctor. This is, like, after 3 or 4 times. The doctor was like, you can't have this again. It could kill you the next time, so... yeah, quite serious. But it's the same. It's exactly the same with like food allergies. Like, you have to be so careful. I don't know if medicine always gives you the same reaction, but I know like food ones will typically like close up your throat. So that's why it's so dangerous to have like allergens. Like food allergens at least. Rather safe than sorry. Another way to fuck around and find out. Yeah. Copy.
コピー。
Copy.
コップ。
Copy.
コピー。
Copy. 散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。7.
7、7。
Every time it says shichi, it gives me like a moment of like, oh, I did it wrong. コップ。
コップ。 こんな。
こんな。Copy. Copy.
コピー。
Oh yeah, I wanted hot chocolate. I forgot about that. こんな。
こんな。
散歩する。 散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。コップ、コップ、コップ。え Oh, wrong one. コップ。
7、7、
7。
7。
散歩する。散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。7。
7、7。
こんな。
こんな。
こんな。I'll live without hot chocolate. It's okay.
じゃ、じゃあ、
じゃあまた。Goodbye. じゃあまた。じゃ。Oh shit, you need... Oh yeah, it's 1:45. I haven't played Cookie Run in... Well, not properly in ages.
シャツ。
シャツ。シャツ。シャツ。シャ、シャ、シャ、シャツ。Okay, that one's not too bad. シャツ。I can't believe it. They busted some dude for selling some drugs while working at a bakery. I've been going to him for years, but never once did I figure out he was a baker. Oh no, that's a different kind of baking. Also, hi Blue Saxon. Shatsu, shatsu. Look at these two symbols. I don't think, if I wrote them, I feel like I'd have difficulty differentiating.
じゃ、じゃ、
Ja.
じゃ、じゃ。
You got sugar cookie? Oh, you done now. Shatsu, shatsu, shatsu.
シャワー。
Shower, 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 wawa, and that's a long wa. Shower. Please shower, people. Like, shower yourselves, I mean, not other people. Might be weird if you do that. I've gotten 3 costumes so far from the 2 new sets. And I'm currently trying to get the, like, free boxes. But damn, it takes a lot. Shower. Only if they ask nicely. To shower other people?
じゃ、
Ooh, I do need to finish one song before reset, actually. How am I gonna do this? I'm not close to capping at least, so that's something. I can just quickly do a level. Man, I cannot get into the top 5% for Microcosmos. It's so fucking hard. I'm almost done with the Dynamite ticket book though. I have to do Expert. Uh-oh. Expert for Dynamite shouldn't be too hard. A golden shower? No, no, no! Dan! No, 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 no! Oh, no, 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 no. Please. You'd like to learn Japanese, but you already know 2 writing scripts. You don't think you could learn 3 more? Oh! I mean, fair enough. Am I gonna sit in silence and do this? No, man, he can have his kinks. He can just have his kinks somewhere else, you know? Certainly not a golden shower in my chat. Because, yeah. We're currently here to learn Japanese, not... It's not that kind of stream, you know? To be fair, Dan is here to bring the chaos, so I don't know, man. Maybe that's just his flavor of chaos. To just randomly talk about golden showers in people's chats. I still have a week to get into the top 5% for Microcosmos though, so maybe I get lucky, maybe I get some more costumes. Oh no. What have I done? I'm doing like expert difficulty while trying to read chat. It's, yeah. An interesting place to be tonight, Puggy. More people trying to test my patience today for some reason. Today's a day of annoying people? Not here. Absolutely not. If you want to go annoy someone, this is not the place to do it. It is a day of banning people. How are you doing, Emulator? Today the trigger finger is not being held back at all, actually, for that matter. It's like, oh, you fucking around? You want to find out? Ban! Ban, 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 ban! Gaze upon my field of fucks, for it is barren! And you will be banned. With lo-fi music in the background, so enjoy. Oh, Dan, I can't believe you. Pluggies in my chat? Please, give me peace. How did I get a new score? I literally broke my combo. What the... I mean, it technically was a plug. It was a plug of someone else. It wasn't a self-plug, but it was still a plug. Oh, Emulator, I think I misunderstood. Yeah, people are being annoying. On a Tuesday in Ochal, like, please, be serious. Oh, you were saying it too? No, it's fine, Dan. No need to apologize. You're too old. You're too old in this chat, right? How long have you been following? You don't need to apologize. A bunch of GMs in a meeting. You made them sit in silence and think about their behavior. You're back, Hooded. Your mom kept talking. Oh man, talk to your mom. For the longest of times. Only the longest of times, Dan. It was a different plug. Yeah. Wait, what? Muk? Muki? Please. Please, sir. Anyway, now that I've done my song, because that's all I needed to do, right? I've finished my dailies. My cookie run dailies are very important. I think the only one that I never really do out of my dailies is the fountain rewards. Oh god, I hate, because I never click on it 3 times a day. You missed me singing a song? No, I don't want to get slammed and ding-danged by the YMCA DMCAs. So you will not hear music on the stream, sorry. Guild battle is in tally. Yeah, so I missed my thing capped, and I missed one thing, so I'm one kill or one like attack short. So annoying, but it's okay. So that's why I'm only 17 out of 18. Because over the Rage weekend, I apparently did 2 battles and I forgot to do the 3rd one. So lol. And then it just ticked over. And I was like, fuck! What's wrong? What's wrong, Mickey? But yes, I will not sing on stream.
Ja, ja,
Ja!
ja, ja.
Dan's favorite word. Shower.
Shower. Ju,
Jew!
シャツ、
Shatsu.
シャツ。10、と。
What kind of plug are we talking about? Apologize more! Wait, who's apologizing? Dan? Dan needs to apologize? Okay. Puggy has spoken, Dan. Apparently you need to apologize more. Grovel. So the plug we were talking about is like to promote. Oh, everyone needs to apologize? Puggy, apologize. You're part of everyone.
10、と。
Jew.
10、と。
To? I missed that one.
10、と。
On your knees. Oh my god.
シャワー、シャワー。
I need to... Okay, I still have one of my earbuds in, so I can't actually hear. Ja?
じゃ、じゃ、じ
Yeah,
ゃ。
he said ja. Ja. Isha.
10、と。
Take the knee. What is this? Shatsu. Shatsu.
シャ
Shatsu.
ツ、
A virtual bank robbery? Uh-oh. Puggy? Puggy's committing crimes. Puggy's gonna have to talk to the police. Can anyone remember what the word is for police?
10、
Jew.
シャワー、
Shower.
シャワー。
Shower.
スカート、
Sukato. 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 Good boys, girls, and non-binary friends. No binary. No binary allowed. Keisatsu. Keikan. Keikan is police. Keikan. Sukato. Sukato. Absolutely no binaries. What do I say? Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. You're sober. I'm interested to see how you write
スカート、
staccato
スカート。
when you're drunk as a skunk. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get Puggy drunk and then I'll stream. Staccato.
スカート、
Scato. Because I need to know this vocabulary. Oh. Hey, no other languages in the chat, please. Keep it English.
Fart noise.
You're not allowed to use fart noise anymore. Didn't I give you a sound redeem that's a fart noise? There, badonk honk. You got a badonk honk. No more fart noise allowed. I hate how wet that sounds though. It actually makes me feel sick. What's doing it again? Bro. Let me learn new words. We don't talk about drunk Puggy. We're gonna. No other languages in the chat as your yeah, everyone has to speak Japanese now.
This is fun.
Shower.
シャワー、
Dan's favorite word. Shower.
10、と。
You gotta go cook supper? Yes, go. Actually, speaking of supper, I need to just go check on mine quick. Ja mata, minasan. I'll be back. Thank you, emulator. Have a good dindins. My dindins is in the oven. That's what I went to go check. Ja.
じゃ、じゃ、
Ja. シャツ。シャツ。じゃ。
じゃ、じゃ、
じゃ。
シャツ、
シャツ。
シャツ、
シャツ。The binary societal system has grown out of its usefulness. It has been used to oppress the working man for centuries and has only served to divide the working class. We must rise up and strike against it, for all of life is a spectrum of possibility. Man! Someone give me a box to stand on. Jew.
10、
is across, is 10. Shower! Shower! I keep trying to scroll down and then it doesn't scroll down and I'm like, what? Shower. No?
シャワー、
Shower. Skato. Skat. Skirt.
スカート、
Skato. Thank you for the box. Thank you for the translation notes. Jew. Jew. Jew.
10、
Jew.
と、スカート、
Skato. Skato.
スカート、
Skato. I'm still irritated by that person earlier. Guys, it's been sitting in the back of my head this entire time.
シャツ、
シャツ。スカト。スカト。スカト。シャワー。Chocobo? It's entirely possible. It's a playlist. It is a Chocobo song. Bam. Bam bam bada bam 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 bam. Drama llama? Yeah, Muk, someone was in here earlier. Like, fuck, it was so annoying. Is it still in chat? Because then maybe I can just show me to you. No, it's not in chat. It's gone now. But they were questioning me, saying, how can languages be your passion if you don't know this random person on the internet? And I'm just like, apparently you're not allowed to have passions unless you know every person who does the same thing, I guess. And they were just being like a little chode for no reason. So I'm just irritated by it. Because apparently I can't have a passion for languages if I don't know this person who can speak all of them. And I'm just like, wow, okay. Guess I'll go fuck myself instead then.
Shower.
It's okay though.
座る。
座る。座る。That's straight up the meme. Yeah, but like they were being serious. They were being like 100% serious. Because I even said that. I was like, oh, do I have to know every person who speaks languages? And they were like, I didn't say every person, Jesus. And I was just like, what the fuck? They were being legit as shit, man. And I was just like, okay. Apparently you do in fact have to know every person who speaks a language to care about languages, you know? Like they were being legit. Whipping out the Jeezy Creasy even. Suwaru. Like, calm down, bro. I can like things. I can like things without knowing everything about it. Isn't that the whole point of a hobby, is to learn and to grow over time? Some people are born with their head up their asses, so they can only smell what they had for lunch. Sochira. Sochi. Sochira. I know Sochi. Sochira. Yeah, so I'm still like irritated about that. Suwaru.
座る。
To sit. Sochira in that
こ
direction.
ちら、そっち。
Hmm.
誰
Dare?
誰
Dare?
誰
Dare? 誰? 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 Dare. Dare. Dare.
座る
Suwaru, to sit.
座る
It says more about them than about you, I guess. But I banned them because I was irritated. I was like, goodbye. Dare.
誰
And I don't like banning people, you guys know. Chisana, that's me. Chisai. Chisana. Ayo! Thank you! And there was a tier 3 as well. Thank you, Joggin. A tier 3 for Miyuki. How dare you take away my banning? I mean, anyone could have banned him if they got the shiny sword. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 3 subby for Miyuki. Chisana.
そちらそっち
Sochi.
そちらそっち
Chisana.
小さな
Hmm.
座る
The difference between chisana and chisai is that chisana is subjective. Chisai is more objective. Ah! Isn't size... I was gonna say, isn't chisai always, Isn't size always kind of subjective? Because everything is big to me, because I'm small. But I'm small to everyone, because they're all bigger than me. Also, not me getting excited at Rage when I found people who were smaller than me. I get so excited, and now I understand why people are like, oh my god, you're so small! Because I do it to people who are smaller than me as well. Anyway. You were going to intimidate him till he felt too uncomfortable. I feel like he was one of those people that is so, like, in his own world that he just doesn't... He doesn't perceive the people around him or know how to read the room. I don't remember the thing for the other pinched fingers. What is it? I actually don't know what it's called. Oh, I'm on the wrong account currently. But let me this one. I'm on a different account on my phone, apparently. I logged into, or rather, we logged into Ray's other account because he needed some drop from something, but he didn't want me to use data, and we had to leave the house, and it was load shedding. So we just put it on my other phone. Anyway, that's Ray's alt account. He uses it for Lost Ark drops. Anyway, are there people who think Nahida is not little? I mean, if they're littler than Nahida, then no. Depends how tall Nahida is. But yes, anyway. Pinching hand. Interesting. Do you know how to say all four of those? All four of what? Sorry. For the viewer count? The viewer count of Lost Ark. Well, unfortunately, I did have it on some account that he doesn't really like. On screen? Oh! No, I don't.
Suwaru.
Suwaru is to sit. Misete? But I don't know if there's suru form. To say? Miseru. Oh, miseru? Miru. Miru is to see. Because I know misete is to look. To tell someone to look. Misete, to look. To say... You? EU? Really? To say? I guess when would I need to say just say words. Misete is when you're trying to get someone to look at something. So you say to them, look. Miseru. You kind of just read it as you. You. Oh! That makes sense actually. Because EU sounds close to you. Interesting. And then swim, I don't know. I might know it, but I might not know it right now. Like, I'd understand it if I heard it, but I wouldn't understand it if I had to read it. Oyogu. Okay, I don't know that one. I thought I might know it from Free. Because I watched that back in the day. The one and only sports anime I've watched. If swimming is a sport, right? The kanji is kind of cool. It's water and some stuff around it. Oh. Oh, this is also... I know this one. This is the one... Is this actually a Final Fantasy VII one, or...? It's just called Chocobo and Chill, so... This is all so far. It looks like this is the... Yeah, it's got Balam Garden. I think this is Final Fantasy VII playlist. This is Game Chops, though. It's all been yeah. I just set it to loop. So I guess it's just looping on all of Game Chops' stuff. There's a lot. There's a lot of Nintendo. There's a lot of... Shall I... let's leave it. We'll let it cycle through. There's a lot. There's Samus. Black Materia. Zelda and Chill. There's like 3 Zelda and Chill. There's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Chiltendo. Poke and Chill. Mario and Chill. Yeah, there's a lot of... Splatoons! Oh my god, that's amazing. What was this one?
Suwaru.
Oh, Suwaru, to sit.
Suwaru.
That's what we were talking about.
誰
Dare! Oh.
誰 誰
Can I stop clicking on the ones that have got something in the brackets? Because I keep doing this to myself. I even clicked the right one first, and then I was like, no, wait. This one's got something in the brackets. Every time. Why do I do that? Every fucking time. If I see there's a thing with the my dumb brain just clicks on that one for whatever fucking reason. I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back, guys.
小さな
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 そちら
そちらそっち
どなた Ah, I see, I see. You still thought it was correct. 小さな
小さな
イリビリ誰
誰
では
ではではではでは It's では
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 では誰
誰
誰
You know how you say itty bitty? Yeah? Itty bitty titty committee. There's a word for that in Japanese too. With that, では
では
ではちっちゃい small ちっちゃいでは
ではでは
Again, same. Not this shit again. Every time. Is it because I take too long? if I just stress out the web page, it lets me click this thing at the top that says stop. Stop! Yamete! And then it's like, okay, try again. So I figured out how to fix that. Dewa. Again. Sochira.
そちら、そっち、
Sochi.
座る、
Suaru. Suaru. Chisai. Chisai.
小さな、
Fuck! Chisana!
小さな、
Oh, it wasn't even right, the thing that I wanted to click on anyway, so it's okay. No, it was! Next time you're about to enter a domain in Genshin, look at the door, you should see a kanji floating upwards. Really? It's a kanji for stop? Oh my god. I wonder if it's the same in Chinese. Because Japanese borrowed. I wrote chisai! Not chisana! Ah!
座る、
Suaru to sit. Suaru. Suaru. Suaru.
座る、
Suaru.
そちら、そっち、
Sochira. Sochira. So. Sochi. Yeah. Oh, my
そ
food.
ちら、
Be right
そ
back.
っち。
Okay, I'm back. Whoops. That was a mistake, but it's okay. There's a raffle, guys. Exclamation join. To join. I'm just having macarons. Macaroni and cheese. Not my favorite, but Ray loves it. Your brother's making pasta, but you can't enjoy it because you already ate a bit. Oh no, are you too full? Can you sing the raid song again? When I get raided, maybe. If I get raided. What the heck? This is rigged. How? Actually rigged. Are you cheating? Are you a Stream Elements employee? That's why you got them hacks.
Question mark.
What was it to sit again? Something suru. Uh-oh. Be careful with this word. Uh-oh.
Suwaru.
Suwaru. Suwaru. Don't accidentally say Subaru. Don't confuse Suwaru. Sawaru. Oh. Okay. Oh, because you don't want to say to someone, please touch. You can ask them to please sit, but don't ask them to please touch. I was so scared to read it out loud, but I was like, who wouldn't write something dodgy in the chat?
誰
Dan. I mean, if a Japanese person was saying it to me and I didn't catch what they were saying, like if I was confused, I could be like, what? Just have a small butt, Hooded. Just have a itty bitty. Okay, I'm not getting caught here again because it doesn't have the other one. Chisana. Chisai. Chisama. Sochira.
そちら、そっち。
Sochi.
小さな。
Chisana. Sana.
小さな。
You just looked at your Twitch recap and you're scared? What did you do, Puggy? Also, where's my Twitch recap? I never get those. Assholes. Dewa. Dewa. Wa wa wa.
では、
Dare. Da 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 dare.
誰
Chisana. Chisana.
小さな。
You got your Twitch recap? Where's mine? Dewa. Sorry, I'm just trying to finish off. Dewa.
では、
Oh, Hooded, why are you posting links? Do you want to get banned? No, I'm joking. Your third most used emote? Damn! What is this random emote I found? No idea, but it says big fish. What the fuck? It must not... Maybe the recap is from before. Also, Puggy, what's wrong with your recap? Why are you scared? This one is dare. I already said dare, but I didn't type it apparently. Dare, dare.
誰
Prior to December? Yeah. Probably.
でも
Demo! Demo. Demo, not to be confused with demo. Like the English demo. Oh? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Misaki! Ay! How is this one of my most used emotes? Oh my goodness. Misaki. I love you. There we go. Thank you. Damn, that's a lot of fucking points, Misaki. Damn. Thank you. Welcome to our new VIP, Misaki the Cute. She is in fact very cute. When are you streaming again, Miss Ma'am? How is this one of my most used emotes? I think it's because we were spamming it before. As someone with a full-time job, I should not be spending almost 1,000 hours on Twitch. Holy shit. Mixie just asked you? Yeah. When are you streaming more? I didn't get to see her this weekend. I was a bit sad about that. Ah? Denki? Oh my god. Is Denki Kaminari's name Electric? Kaminari Electric Thunder? Kaminari is thunder, right? Please be serious for a second. When Dragonflight Raid starts? Ah! You get to meet her this weekend? Nani? Wait, are you coming up or is she going down? Denki Sutobu. They say stove when they mean heater. Oh, Denki Stobu is Sutobu. Denki Sutobu is heater. Oh shit, man. That's pretty cool. Wait till you see the names of the Kuroko no Basket boys. Oh my god. I know isn't the one called Kurasu or something, which I think is Crow. I actually don't know. No. Am I thinking of the other sports anime? What is it called? Haikyuu? I think that's one of the Haikyuu ones. Akashi has red hair. Oh my god. Denki Sutobu. Denki Sutobu. Denki Sutobu. Stobu. Denki Stobu. Do you have this, Puggy? Aomine has blue hair. Did they make it for kids? Did they make that anime for kids? That's hilarious, actually. Demo. Murasaki! There we go! Purple! You see, if I had heard it, I would have recognized it. Denki and Tenki. Ah! That's very interesting. So, electricity, oops, has to do with, like weather, electricity. It's the like thunder, lightning rather. Is that the key? Is it related in some way? Denki and Tenki. I remember weather as like the heavens. It means feeling. Oh. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Cool. You want to kill yourself? Midorima has green hair. They definitely made that show for kids to teach them colors. That or to teach foreigners colors. Which, you know, either way, it works. It makes sense. It's okay. It's still funny as fuck, though. Midori. Midorima. Electric feeling. Heaven feeling. I love that. It's the weather is how the heaven is feeling.
Denki stove.
Denki stobu. That one's easy. Denki stobu.
Door.
Doa. 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 Actually, hold on. Chotto mate. The reason why I ran away there is because of this one. Ray bought a sweater from some car person in the US, but it had this kana on it, and I was like, what is this one? Because obviously my katakana is bad, yeah? And I couldn't remember what it was, because I was like, it looks like to, but I don't think it's to, but it's do, so it's got dororo, because the car goes do 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 do. Doa. Western style door. Don't slam the door. Byoki. Not byoki. Byoki. Sick feeling, atmosphere, air feeling. That's amazing. So what is atmosphere? How would you read that in Japanese? Tenki, denki, byoki. Okay, yeah, it's kind of... like, weather makes sense. Sick makes sense. Atmosphere kind of makes sense. Cookie. Cookie? Cookie-chan? Interesting. Okay, anyway. Door.
Denki stove.
Denki stove.
Denki stove.
Stove. Door.
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 どういかが
Do. Do. Ikaga. How? Do. Do. Ikaga. Ikaga. Cookie-chan. Not cookie.
ドア
Cookie.
ドア
Doa.
ドア
I think what makes kanji hard for
Do.
people is trying not to relate words. What did he say?
どう
Do.
いかがどういかが
So I think sometimes I don't know enough about kanji, but it might be that like an old meaning or an old understanding or something like that. Could be like, you know, because I studied English in university, I studied English literature and history and whatnot. Like, there's a lot of weird words we have in English, but if you trace it back to its origin, you can get a better understanding of it. So, like, the history of languages is also very interesting to see how it changes over time. Denki stove.
電気ストーブ
Denki stove. Demo.
でも
Demo ne.
ドア
Doa.
ドアどういかが
Do. Ikaga.
どういかが
どうも
Domo. Colloquial shortening. Domo arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. Changed meaning from before, but most are still quite meaningful. Yeah, I think... Do.
どういかが
Domo.
どうも
Oh shit!
どうも
I wrote demo because I'm stupid. Yeah, I feel like I don't know enough about Japanese to know how it's changed over time, but I think once I have a better understanding of the language, maybe it's something that I can look into. Because obviously I know English.
でも
Demo.
で
But because I know English, it's easier for me to understand like the history.
どうも
Domo.
どうもどうも
Arigato literally used to mean life is difficult. Oh my god, what? That's beautiful. Like if someone helps you out and you say arigato. My god, that's cute as fuck, man.
どうも
Domo.
どうも
What is this? Oh, that's interesting.
どうも
Domo.
どうも
Do.
どういかが
Ikaga. Doa.
ドア
Doa. Doa. Denki
電
stove.
気ストーブ
Demo. Hiku. I don't know this one. But it's gi. Gi. Don't know. Anyway. Namae. Name. Name, but I don't know. I don't know.
でも
Demo. Demo ne.
ドア
Doa.
ドア
Oh. Denki. Just people in the community WhatsApp chat asking about things. Puggy might need this one, but if you have to say sorry in a professional context, you can't say gomenasai. Sumimasen? Denki ki moshi wa. There is no excuse. Ah. Moshi wa. Okay. Gozaimasen. I have to keep like looking really close because I made the text smaller again. Moshi wake. Excuse. Masen. There is no. Ah, moshi wake. Gozaimasen. Okay, where was I? Denki. Denki sutobu. Suto.
電気ストーブ
Demo.
でも
Ah? Do?
どういかが
Ikaga. Denki. Next time. You just say sorry because you work with people who speak English. I mean, that's fair. Let's see. You want to see if stobu just works by itself? Su, to, bu. No. It has to be denki.
電気ストーブ
Denki stobu. Doa. Doa.
ドア
Doa. Do.
どういかが
Ikaga. Domo.
どうも
Demo.
でもどうも
Domo.
どうも
It's apologizing to Puggy where you have to be formal. Apparently you have to get down on your knees to apologize to Puggy. The Japanese sliding doors are just called to. Ah. apologizing and and apologizing. Hi, Quackabora. How are you? I hope you're having a great day. Domo, 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 domo,
どうも
domo. Japanese people are super understanding with foreigners. Like, totally racist. But if you don't look Japanese, you automatically get the you may speak shit Japanese pass. I mean, fair enough. But, like, people make that assumption in South Africa as well. You know, speaking louder at people. I'm doing good. We're chillin'. We're just chatting about stuff. About them languages.
どちら
Whoa! Whoa! So many! どちら? This is when we wanna ask a question. What's this? Izukata?
どちらどっち
Ah, he's lazy. He just make dochi. Dochi? Dochi. Huh? Izushi? Nani? Samo? Am I reading that wrong? Nani Samo? Why is there so many? For which way? God damn! He didn't even try. He was like, no.
どちら
Dochira. Dochi. Yeah, that's Zama, right? Nani Zama? Anyway.
どちら
Dochira. Dochira. Dochi? Dochi? Why do they use both though? This one I'm unsure about. Dochi? Dochira? Dochi? Why they got Dochi short? They got Dochi long, Dochi short. Is this for me? The short one is for me? Because I'm not gonna complain having to not write Tatsu in there.
なくす
Nakus. Oh. How do you say lost my mind? It's just short. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I get that. Dochi. But I think I would write it with tsu anyway. Dochi. Nakusu. Lost my fucking mind. Yep, that's me. Lost my fucking mind. Lost my patience. Lost my fucks. Gaze upon my field of fucks, for it is barren and this website has crashed once more. Ah! Stop it! It's fine, it'll behave itself in a moment. There we go. No? It does this every time. I don't know why. Kokoru ga nakusu nakushi kokoro? You lost your heart. Kokoro? Kokoro ga shichata? Kokoro ga nakushita? Am I reading that right? It crashed again, bro. Give me peace. Oh, it refreshed this time though. No, we start over. Nakushchatta. Nakushchatta. Kokoro ga nakushchatta. You lost your heart? Did you though? That is kokoro. Right? Okay, we're back.
どちら
Dochira? Dochi?
なくす
Nakusu.
なくす
Nakusu. I know like... Oh! I know te is hands. I would probably know head if I could read it, and maybe feet as well. Body, again, it's like comprehend. I can understand if someone says it, but I can't think of the actual word myself. What else do I know? I used to know the stuff on your face, but I can't remember now. I learned it when I was in university.
なくす
Nakusu. This music's a little bit too spunky for me. Oh yeah? Karada, body. Atama, head. Te, hand. Ashi, feet. Kuchi, 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 ku. When we talk to babies, I don't know, what is kuchi? Mouth! Fuck. Like I said, I used to know it once upon a time. Let's do Ocarina of Time. God damn it, what was this?
どちら
Dochira. Dochi.
どちら
Dochira. To lose something. Nakusu.
なくす
Nakusu.
名前
Namae, I know this one. Easy.
ニュース
News. 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 The kanji for the mouse just looks like ro. Oh, really? Okay, I like that though. Because it does look like a mouth. It's basically, you remember Kaeru earlier? The man with the mustache? Basically, if he didn't have a mustache, that's what his mouth would look like. But he's waiting for you to answer. News. News. Namae. This one. Nado. Nagai. Kotaeru! Sorry, kaeru's go home. Kotaeru. My bad. Natsu. Yasumi. Natsu yasumi. Huh? What is this one? Natsu yasumi. Am I dumb? Am I misreading it? Namae. Summer holiday. You know, it made sense. Because I know Natsu is summer from my name. My old cosplay name was Natsu. But Yasumi. Yasu. Is this me? I think that's me.
名前
Namae. Niusu. Well, it's the only katakana one, so. Demo. Domo. What the? Yasumi? Ah, yasumu means to rest. Oh. That's why you say oyasumi, rest well? Like good night, rest well? Have a good rest? Sometimes they make it easy. News. Yeah, おやすみ。
ニュース
おやすみなさい。
どちらどっち
Ah, nasai. You used that earlier. You said Fischl said it, hey? In Japanese, rest slowly. Don't rest in a hurry. That's kind of cute, man.
どちら
Dochira, dochi.
どちらどっち party,
Party, party, party, yeah. Pa. T, because they don't have a T sound, I think. So you have to combine. I don't remember what this one is, but this is the I. So when you I think it's te. It's te and an I. You combine it to make T sound. Pa, and this just means you pull the sound out. Party, 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 yeah. These sort of things make me so happy. Yeah, it's kind of cute. Party, party, yeah. Toulouse.
なくす、
なくす。なくす。
パーティー、
Party.
パーティ
Oops.
ー、名前、
Namae.
名前、
That one's easy.
パーティー、
Party.
パーティ
I
ー、
almost clicked on this first one because my hand like yoinked up. Yes, so the I is tiny. It's just like when we have the tiny t, it pulls the sound when it's like when we make like nya, nyo, new. Those ones as well. They okay, well I didn't mean to write mu, but it works anyway. We also combine those ones. I feel like I would struggle with handwriting. Dochira, dochi.
どちら、どっち、ニュース、
News.
ニュース、
Poketo.
名前、
Namae.
名前、
So if Minami is south, what is north? Party, party,
パー
yeah.
ティー、ニュース、
News.
ニュース、
Kita.
なくす、
So is Kitagawa North River? Oh. Whoa. Brain. Big brain. What did he say?
なくす、
Naksu.
なくす、
The fivest of five heads. Dochira demo dore. Ah. Ototoi, why are you back? Go away.
どちら、どっち、
Japanese is easy? No ways, man. Nakusu.
なくす、
Oh, I didn't read the other ones. God damn it. Good. 7. This is our answer. Minami. Minami. Minami Afrika jin desu. Yoroshiku. Just popping in to say have a good stream. Thank you, Jolly. I hope you're doing good. Ototoi is of the past. Oh man. I heard Nat say that Norwegian was quite easy as well. No! That shit's I literally said it was difficult, Dan, and you were like, no, it's not. It's easy. And I was like, this boy. This man, in fact. The audacity. Norwegian's hard, man. My brain don't work when I look at your words. It just don't make the sense upstairs, yeah? It's very fucking hard. Escom chopping your knees. Oh my god, I'm sorry to hear that. Save all your games before you get turned off. Everyone coming in here with cute ass names. You can't just say people have ass names, Hooded. Jeez, man. Gosh. You guys have lovely names, not ass names. Don't mind Hooded. He's mean.
ニュース、
Ha! Can I say dochi? Dochira.
どちら、
Dochira. Oh! I love those are my favorites. I love that. The first one and the second one especially. I don't see the third one much, but I had a friend. Well, I say had. I still have him. He's still a friend of mine. But his name was Hakon. But I didn't know how to say the properly. But he's I'm pretty sure he's Norwegian. Yes, he is. Okay, we're good. His in-game name was Snow, so I only ever called him Snow. And it had the ha. Yeah, like that. Icon. I'm not mean, you take that back. Will Twitch ban me if I change my name to Puggy Ass? I mean, your name could be reported. It could be reported and you would ask to change it and they would maybe change it to something random. I don't actually know how it works on Twitch. I don't think you can get banned for it, but I think someone can report it and you get forced to change it. Does anyone know? Has anyone ever had that? I still have him. I do. What I meant was like, because if I said I had a friend, that means we're no longer friends. I still have him as a friend. Riot banned you? But that's a different company. I mean, to be fair, Hooded, that's why I call you Hooded and not the other part of the name. Because I'm not a fan of that word. But, you know. It's not much of a nice word, to be honest. But that's why I call you Hooded instead. Because I don't want to say the other word. I think I've said it like once or twice and I'm like, oh, why did I say that? I take it back. Just, you know, like the words go out your mouth, you just suck it back in. It was funny, past tense. Yeah, I guess you could change it if you wanted to. Just make it Hooded Ass. Hey, Yaku! Niuzu. Do I remember how to write it? Ni yuzu.
News.
Su, not zu. Su. Naksu. You can change. Yes, you can change your name on Twitch. My nickname on Twitch used to be Morgan, and then it was it? I don't know if it was ever Morgan for the second one, but for the second one it was Natato the Jailer. And now it's Natato Potato. When I started streaming, I was like, I need a proper name. I might have still had it as Natato the Jailer when I started. It still says Natato the Jailer when you give subs. It does? Oh my god, I'm never gifting subs again. I'm just gonna anonymous it. Holy shit. That's weird.
Naksu.
Naksu. Naksu.
Naksu.
Naksu. For my channel? Wait, what if someone gifts a sub, it says Natato the Jailer? Am I being dumb? Like if I go to gift a sub now. Oh, it says it in... Wait, I want to go look because I'm nosy. Oh, the Twitch recap is here. See and share everything we did together this year. Gift a sub. Is this a clever joke to get people to sub? I didn't even... I didn't think of that. Where would it say it though? I can't seem to find it. I would like to change it to Hooded, but it's obviously not available. Just make it Hooded Ass, it's okay. Oh shit, what did I click? Oh man, I tried to click back onto this page. Because I was somewhere else. I don't know what did I click this one? Oh fuck. You don't want to be Hooded Ass? Why not? You said everyone here's got ass names. You don't want an ass name as well? Okay, we got Namae, yeah? We got Naru? Nakusu? Natsuyasumi? Summer holidays. On Riot, I changed it to Hooded R. Because that's my first initial. Don't dox yourself. Have you tried Hooded? Like, just, have you tried to see if just Hooded is available? Namae. Yeah, you tried? God damn it. News. News. Nope.
News.
News. I mean, you could also write in Japanese. Bam, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Bam, bam, ba-da-dum. Bam, 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 ba-da-dum. 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 Bam, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. I can't do it so slow, goddamn. Y'all know my brain moved too fast. To lose something. That's actually Giga Brain. It is Giga Brain. Just don't go into any Japanese streams because I'll try and speak Japanese to you and then you'll be like, hey? No, actually you might be fine.
Namae.
Namae. Party! Party, party, yeah. Is that what it's gonna look like? I'm gonna have to... Namae. Again, did I not just do this one? Namae. 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 I pull it out too much, I think. Namae. Namae. Party. Party, party. Party.
Party.
Party. Party. Y'all never gonna forget this word now. People have names in Japanese, but it doesn't accept it. What the heck? Yeah, you get the recap on Twitch because I opened Twitch now, and then it had the thing at the bottom, and I was just like, "What the? I want a recap in an email. Don't give me this bullshit." 69 streams, nice. I accidentally closed the thing that would show me my recap, so now I can't see it apparently. Let's see if I reopen the page, maybe it will give it to me again. Please. Don't play the sound. Or is it in the notifications? It's not. Damn it. Oh, it just goes, oh, there's an actual page for it. Bless you. Oh my god, I got a panic for a second because it says hours watched 21 billion. I was like, what? Couldn't be me. It wasn't me. We're good. Also, people use the hey guys emote a lot. That's kind of weird. I was like, how did I watch so much? You're one of the 4 favorite streamers on mine. Oh my god. Oh yeah? So hold on, I want to check. Okay, well, I can show you guys mine, actually. Because it's pretty cool, I guess. I just need to change... Ugh, let's just put it on display. Wait, why is it... Oh, it's because the other one is visible on top of it. So my recap... Also, it's dark in my room now. Fuck, it's 6 PM, but still. There's still sunshine outside. Alright. So, it says here, you brought the hype like only you can. 2K hours watched. Them's is rookie numbers. Days watched, 293. I have 823k channel points. And 15k chat messages. My top emotes. Let me hide chat, actually. I think it's this one. Yeah, and then I can maybe move myself also. Because we're not playing, we're not playing the Genshins at the moment. And go sit here. Alright. think that's good. Yeah. My most used emote. The raid one, obviously, because I'm raiding with peepos, uwus, and the power-up ones. I love these. It's missing the... You see how they used exactly the same amount of times? It's because I always use them... You have 9k hours? Well, I mean, I'm always streaming, right? So we'll go look at that stat in a moment. My favorite combo of emotes, out of, like, the free ones, has to be... Where is... You ain't talking about yours? That's fine. Where is Mercy? Why can't I find her? Oh, there she is. So, like, these ones. I always use those ones together, right? Which is why those numbers are exactly the same. 295 hours. Damn! 30 gifted subs. You were a local hero. Apparently, I mod 10 channels. I honestly don't know what I'm a mod of. And I've modded for 54 hours. I don't know. I don't know who I'm a mod for. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a mod for Jargon. And I have no idea who else. My favorite streamers. Timo. Top 2% of chatters. That's a lot of hours. I have a lot of channel points. Hooded! You did it! Yeah. Did you buy VIP yet? No, I just got given it, actually. I tried to buy it, but it kept saying out of stock. So I gave up. I was just like, okay. And I was like, Timo, I want to buy this, but it's out of stock. And then he just gave it to me. And then my favorite categories, this is not even a joke. I don't like Apex, but all of my homies who play, who I watch stream, they they play Apex, so apparently I love Apex now. And Tower of Fantasy is literally just this guy. Literally only him. Because of him, I apparently love Tower of Fantasy, so that's cool. But yes, these are apparently top 8%. That's surprising. That's very surprising, because I'm very low-key in her streams. I do not chat a lot. Look. In comparison, I talk shit here. I say I'm lurking here. Yeah, my favorite categories. I created an emote. Did I really? Oh, there we go. Did it download? I don't know. But yeah, so that's my as a viewer. That's me. It's kind of cute. Why is your channel not top 4%? Because you don't fucking stream enough, Dan. Also, is that a self-plug, Dan? Do you want to get banned? Ban Dan, ban Dan. You have far too much lol on your Twitch recap. You need to stream more, Dan. God damn it. Clean up your act, Dan. God. Sort your shit out, man. Now you gotta learn katakana to read my name. No! You're still hooded. You'll always be hooded. Oh yeah, Dan is not a fan of Genshin, and yet probably in the top, you know? Okay, this song is too for me. This we're in Pokemon now. Poketape. Whoa, this is also what are we in the club, bro? What? Can you relax? This could be good. Piano? Yes, okay, we're good. Anyway. This is me as a streamer. Oh, it doesn't tell me how much. It just says hours watched. That's not helpful, but in any case. 160? I streamed 160 times this year. My highest concurrent viewers was 141. Lol was even top artist on Spotify. Wanna guess what my current hyperfixation is? No idea. 241 quips? Cool, okay, we can't read apparently. And your community grew too! 859 new subscribers, 717 new followers, 5 million channel points. Hello? Yes, Puggy plays League. Hello? What are y'all doing with all these points though? And 147k messages. I've had to read 147k messages this year. My top emotes, obviously. Because I'm an idiot, so you guys are laughing a lot. You definitely didn't read all of those. Yeah, look, a lot of people's messages got lost. But listen, I had a lot to go through, okay? That's a lot of messages. You've sent at least 1k of those. I mean, you're definitely making up for time. It says 999 plus messages. So, yeah, you have definitely been at least 1,000. Yeah, you guys are cray-cray. Natato Bun Bun, very popular. Bubble Thump. Natato Jam and Natato Rave. You guys are here to laugh and you guys are here to party. And cry a little bit because I'm ending stream. You sent 37... Oh, Jesus. God. 846 gifted subbies. And then my top categories. Huh. I didn't think I played that much Animal Crossing. You love Genshin Impact so much, you're in the top 1% of all its streamers. That's a pretty exclusive crew. I should forward this to MiHoYo and be like, please notice me, senpai. I love your game. Yeah, definitely, Dan. If it was a Twitch emote, it would definitely be up there. I don't want primos. I just want them to acknowledge me. Be like, make me one of your content creators. Thank you. Look at this. 5 million channel points. That's mad. 27k. Yaku. Holy shit. I should frag. Also, hi frag. I don't think they would do anything, to be fair. But this is pretty cool. I don't know if the other one downloaded, but I'm gonna download as well. Hopefully that does something. Anyway, let us return to our studies. Yeah, I don't know if MiHoYo would care too much, because like I don't really have, you know, like the numbers for like, you know, like that the bigger streamers have. I don't know, for some reason it just won't download the... Is it just Firefox being an asshole again? Oh, there we go. It's downloaded both now. Cool, we can close that. Why do I have my own stream open? Disgusting! They only have 2 categories currently for official content creator, Discord and HoYoLab. Oh, really? Interesting. So do I become a content creator on HoYoLab then? You have us, the important ones, who cares about the rest. Exactly. Those who matter don't mind, and those who mind don't matter. That's why we ban people who make us annoyed. Oh, posting content to their official... But their official Discord is impossible to get into. That thing is so fucking busy. Holy shit. And I don't think I was able to get in. I think there was too many people. Like, I remember trying to get into a Discord and it was just full. I wonder if I should play Genshin. When you join, now all of China knows you're here. Because there's so many people in there. Yeah, no, it's I'm pretty sure it was the Genshin one that I tried to join. Oh, is it making me start over again? Or is this... Oh no, this is... We're doing kanji now for this part. God damn. Alright, 散歩する。散歩する。This is the same, this part here, as the sister kanji. I guess I'll keep the username and just go by hooded. Who's we, Joggin? Who is we? Speak for yourself. My mama! Don't bring my mama into this. I mean, you can. Ain't my business what she doing. Sampo suru. Sampo. Sampo. 散歩する。7。散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。7。
7。
7。
と。
10。と。7。7。
10。と。
10。
散歩する。
散歩する。
散歩する。座る。
座る。座る。座る。座る。
10。
10。
と。座る。
座る。座る。うん。散歩する。
散歩する。7。
7。
7。座る。
座る。
座る。10。
10。と。
座
Is
る。
it to? Like to? Or like to? I can't hear the difference sometimes. I used to spell Ohio without the U on the end because I can't hear it. For 10, because it would say to for 10, but I've never heard of that before. Like I know some letters have got other ones, like shi and yon for 4. And then 8 has it? Yeah, I don't know that one.
座る。
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 誰
誰誰誰
誰
誰
誰誰 I just need to learn that, I think. I can't think of anything for the picture. Whom? Whomst?
誰誰
GG easy, that one. You've unlocked the power of pro? Let's do a listening skill.
汚い
Kitanai.
汚い
It's dirty.
キロメートル
Kilometer. Kilometer. Kilometer.
キロメートル川
Kawa. Kawa is river. Kawa. Kawa, wa wa wa.
川
Kawa,
肩
kata. It's a polite person.
肩お弁当
Just to, but it's very rare. Ah, I see. Thank you. What did he say?
Obento.
Obento. Obento. I don't know this one. Ototoi. Again. Oku. I don't know that one either. Okina? Okina?
お弁当
Obento.
9
Q? Q? Mm-mm. I make a boo-boo. No! Ki, not ku! Ki. U. Q.
く
I don't know what I wrote there.
和さん
Obasan. Obasan.
和さん
Obasan. Ototoi
お
again!
ととし
あ
一昨年
Ototoshi.
おととし一昨年帰る
Kaeru. Kaeru. Kaeru.
帰る
Kaeru.
キロ
Kaerimasu. Kaerimasu is like I'm going home. Yeah. Kaerimasu.
キロキログラム
Kilogramu. Kilogramu.
キログラ
Kilogramu.
ム
Yes, I did enjoy it. But I don't want to subscribe. Thank you. You chose his name a long time ago. Someone referred to minions from League as hooded midgets. I thought it was super funny. Ah, I see. It's okay. We can call you hooded. How about, so like, I call the small characters in Genshin, like a cheeb, because it's like a chibi. We can call you hooded cheeb now. Because you play Genshin. So you can be the hooded cheeb. You can be Sayu. No, it's okay. I know some like nice people who have like questionable usernames, and I'm just like, you know what? Sometimes people just don't know. I don't like using the word ignorance, but it is a case of ignorance sometimes. You don't know better. And you don't know better until someone tells you, right? Just like I'm scared to speak other languages because I don't know if I'm saying something rude. We're all cancelled? Are you part of the all? This thing's misbehaving again. I saw someone made LOL minions in Sims. Like as a playable character? Or like as a decoration? Oh, it's exclusive of you? Oh, okay, excuse me. You were 15 at the time, so you were a baby? You were a cheeb? You're all cancelled and you're... we're all cancelled and you're fine, I see. Toddlers. That's fucking disturbing. Also, hi daddy, how are you? Ah, sanpo suru. This one's easy because there's only that one. I don't recognize the rest of these kanji, unfortunately. Sanpo suru.
散歩する10と
Yeah, you see, he said it. Ju to. We just say ju. Nana? What? This is the 7th day? What is this one? Nanatsu? 7th? Two animals, my initials. Surely that is safe. Yeah, no, definitely. What's a pug? A pug! The dog? A pug? I was gonna go oink oink and then I was like, no wait, that's a pig. Woof woof. Seven things. Ah, do you say nanatsu? Because I know nanatsu... Is it nanatsu no taizai? It's 7 deadly sins. Generic things. Oh. Ko? Nanako? You know what? That sounds vaguely familiar. I wonder if I've read up on that before. Your friend's name is Nanako. She's that cute one that you posted a picture. You posted a picture with recently, right? Like oranges, apples, and eggs. And apparently Puggy's friend as well. Interesting. I know. You use ko for small things as well, though. Like kittens. Ko neko is a kitten. My for flat things. Oh. Ah. Man, that's so strange.
7、7、
Shiti, nana.
散歩する。
散歩する。散歩する。する。
散歩する。
Listen, guys, if I had to send a message to my Japanese teacher from university, I probably still have her email somewhere. I think she'd be like so happy to see that I'm studying again.
7、7。
That is the other ko, which means child. Oh, because I know like kotori as well is like small birdie, but it means child, or does it mean like a small version of that thing? And would you say ko inu for puppy? It's cat. Oh my god, child cat. That's so cute. Oh my god, I'm gonna go cry now. I'll be right back. Sampo suru. Suru, suru, suru.
散歩する。10、
Jesus.
7、7。
Okay, maybe it's good that my teacher doesn't know. Sawaru. 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 Sawa. This one. Do you know why? Because it reminds me of someone sitting... There's the table. There's their hands on their knees. And then this is where their legs would be. But there's their knees. And then their head is up there. But this is the table. So they're sitting.
座る。
Suwaru. Koinu. Ah. Kotori. Little bird. Baby bird. Child bird. Bird child. This one.
誰
Dare. Jesus.
10、
I mean, Jew. Jesus. Oh my god. Cancel me now.
座る。
誰
誰。
We got all the camel. The camel. Then cancel ammo. Bird child. I smooshed cancel and ammo together because I took the cat from cancel, the am from ammo, and then the el from cancel again. So I went back and yes, Jesus. 10 is Jesus now. I smooshed the two words together really weirdly, but anyway.
座る。
Suaru. What happens on Wednesdays? Dare?
誰。
Cha-chang! Oh, it's hump day? No camel? Oh, sorry. We'll have camel day tomorrow. Oh, guys, listen. My head is all kinds of soup right now. I've been studying for 4 hours now. We've been sitting here chatting straight shit for 4 hours studying Japanese. Has anybody retained anything? Uh-oh.
小さな。
Chisana. Sana. Chi-chan. Dan has not retained a single thing. Did you? That's what matters? I think so. I mean, I'm answering the things correctly. Did you try buying any Japanese books? I haven't heard it. I'm a bit poor at the moment, so I haven't looked at it. But, you did send me some other link for reading. Oh yeah? What word is that? It's scary and it's got handcuffs. Does anyone remember? We're gonna do Dora the Explorer type questionnaires. Chi sana. Chi sana. Chi sana.
小さな
Oh.
電気ストーブ
Denki. There we go. There's the key. Denki. Denki. Keikan? Who's that? What's the keikan? Why are they scary and they got handcuffs? Stobu. Denki stobu. Electric heater. Not to be mistaken for an electric stove, which is what I have. Ah, chisana. Chisana. I don't know the rest of these, unfortunately.
小さな
So we're gonna go for the one we know. Policeman! You better not be talking to any policemen. You better be behaving yourselves. Denki. Denki stove.
電気ストーブ
Again, don't know the rest of those, so couldn't. Naksu? Okay. So, we lost something, yeah? We should have put it safely in a cage so it wouldn't get lost. Oh, sorry, I switched too soon. It's a cage. Yes, it's a cage with feet. Maybe that's why we lost it. We put it in the cage that has feet, so we lost it. I was thinking like legs for it to stand on. Maybe. I don't know. Also, kana only. Oh, really? We don't use the kanji? Naksu. Okay, that's fine.
小さな
Chisana. It just looks like it's walking. Naksu. I don't know the rest of these. Yeah.
なくす
Naksu.
電気ストーブ
Denki
電気スト
stobu.
ーブ
Denki stobu.
名前
Namae. Namae. Okay, so this one. Oh, your dictionary shows which ones are kana only. That's interesting that this is teaching me the kanji ones. Okay, so the way I see it, it's a what do you call it? Like a ballot box. So this is the open one and this is the closed one. You put your name in the box, yeah?
名前
Namae. Oh yeah, what is it called? Do you wanna plug it in the chat?
なくす
Naksu. Namae.
名前
Namae. I say it wrong every
電気
time.
ストーブ
Denki
電
stobu.
気ストーブ
No plug. Yeah, Dan, don't you know it?
なくす
Don't you know it, Dan? Namae.
名前
Namae. He makes it
小さな
shorter than I don't know how to make it
小さ
shorter.
な
Nama.
名
Namae.
前
Namae. Namae.
名前
Namae. It doesn't sound right when I say it. It's okay. As long as it's not... Ah, not available. Kanji study. Kanji study. I have an iPhone. I hope it's on that. Whatever my store is called. Kanji study. Learn Japanese. There was actually a Japanese app that I used a long time ago. Apparently I used one called Busu as well at some point. Hold on a second. This app is made by a Korean. Well, the surname looks Korean, the rest of the name not so much. Last updated 3 years ago. Interesting. I guess the language has not changed, so... The logo is grey, so I did not download the right one then. There's literally one called Kanji Study. It's got a red logo and it says Learn Japanese. So maybe I didn't. I'm just looking for the logo now. Kawaii Nihongo? Kawaii learning? You have to spend money for actual progress? No, thank you. Alrighties, no worries. I see there's the JLPT N5 to N1 Learn Japanese. It's kanji tests. Oh man, that actually might be useful. Is it free? Hmm. All right, I'll see what you come up with. Sorry. Chisana.
小さな
名前
名前
There is a VR game for language learning coming in a couple of days. Oh my god. That's pretty cool. Chisana.
小さな
Chisana. 電気ストー
電
ブ
気ストーブ名前
名前 Noun Town? That sounds fucking cute, man. Holy shit. Chisana.
小さな
What languages is it for?
なくす
Naksu. 電気ストーブ ストーブ But there's a... Where was this? Is it by To?
電気
Tobu.
ストーブ
Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and more? Damn. Are you plugging, Dan? Oh my god. Unbelievable. I'm on iOS. Dan, always plugging. Oh my god, this looks amazing. I don't have the thingy though. I don't have this thing. The whatever this thing is called, the VR headset. Whoa! I thought I was doing that. That's clever though. You don't have it yet? No, I don't. Why would you need to learn that? Can I just send the link to their website? So not on here, but you can on Discord. You're on the Discord, right? So Chinese, French, German, Italian, Japanese, and Spanish. Damn, they don't have English? Because English is a shit language to learn. God damn. I guess if they did have English, they would have to have all the other languages that people would maybe be learning from to English. You barely use Discord. I have a channel called Sharing Links. I'm trying to think where that channel might be. It's in shitposting, I think. Yeah, there's one called Sharing Links. What is your name on the Discord? I would at you there, but anyway. This word.
なくす
Naksu. We don't need to know the kanji, but it's okay. Namae.
名前
Denki stove. Stove.
電気ストーブ
Denki stove. Naksu.
なくす
They were all next to each other. Nice.
はじめに
Hajime ni. Hajime ni. Hajime ni. Hajime ni. Hajime ni.
バス
Basu. Basu.
はじめに
Hajime ni.
はじめに
Basu. Ah! Katakana kills me. I know the answers too, but I'm trying to read the other ones and I'm just like, hey? Bedo? You don't even know which server it's on. Oh yeah, you could do that as well.
バス
Basu.
バター
Bata. Oh, that's ta? Okay, bata. Bata. Bata ga daisuki. Yeah? I love butter. Oh, butter's so good, man. I got a bunch of baking stuff because I need to bake some cookies and shit for when we go on holiday next week. I can't wait. I haven't baked in so long. Hey! No! Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Oh yeah, fair enough. I realized as I stopped singing, I looked back at the screen and I was like, oh, butter! Refund yourself immediately. Thank you very much. Haji. You did? Okay, perfect. Why do I doubt you now? Why'd you kappa? Hajimeni.
はじめに
Hajimeni.
バタ
Bata! But when I quit being mod, I'll have to... No, mod goes from mod to... Also, why are you quitting being a mod?
ーバターバター
Just send it to Jargon. He said he'll post it. Basu. Basu.
バス早い
What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, daddy. Also, Jargon, why are you quitting being a mod? You're tired of my shit already.
早い
Hi. Hello, daddy. Hope you're doing good. I'll review and see if you should be canned. Hey, daddy. Yamete kudasai. Hi. Hey. You're also quitting being a mod? Yeah, someone modded you, Dan? Question mark? Hi.
早い
That's kind of nice to say. Hi. Bata. This is ta. Bata. When I say ta sometimes, that means pass or give. Thank you. Oh wait, I might have seen that symbol. The color, that's like a bluish gray. I might have seen that one. I remember the color, but there might have been, I guess there could have been another app with the same. Ah, it's the same. It's the same kanji, but not the same color. I definitely saw... There's a lot of apps that use this color for learning Japanese for some reason. Okay, so we have the color, but not the logo. Is it? Looks like it's only on Google. The text in black? Oh. Not finding anything. There's a lot of apps to study Japanese though, god damn. And a lot of JLPT ones as well. Black circle, white background, kanji study in black. Not finding it. Like I said, there's a lot of apps. Here's another one. Tai Kim's Guide to Learning Japanese. Imawa? What does that mean? Kanji Dojo. There was one that I used. It was called like something. Was it like Japanese Sensei or something like that? That I used years ago, and it was actually really good. I'll have to have a look for this. But it looks quite nice. Oh, they do. Do they show both? Huh. I'll come back to that one. Alright. Butter.
Butter.
We love butter. Haji. No? Hayai.
Hayai.
Hayai can mean like fast as well. Quick, fast. Quick, fast. Hajime ni.
Hajime ni.
Basu.
Basu.
Hayai.
Hayai.
Butter.
Butter. Hayai.
Hayai.
Hayai. Pan.
Pun. Pun! I know pun! Pun. Pun is bread. Yes, it says there, bread. Pun is bread. Pan. Pun.
Pan.
Pun.
Pan.
Like unpun. Meron pun.
Pan. Pan.
Bread.
Pan.
Pun. 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 Pan. Hee hee. Life is pain. You gonna show your lessons? How are you gonna do that? Oh yeah, I made a channel even. Just a sec, guys. Cha-chang! I'm back. I just had to close my window, but... My first question is the word pronunciation. You have to answer in kanji? Oh my god, that's scary though. But I guess if you learn it, then that's fine. Like, I guess I'm learning as well. Hayai! Haji
はじめに
many My one neighbor's dog keeps getting out. It's so funny. I'm like, how does the same dog keep escaping? What's going on there? You have returned! You went to build the new... Hello, and you didn't send a picture, Puggy? Unbelievable. Picture! Picture when? You have 3 children? Oh, and I haven't seen a picture of any of them. So offended right now. Your third question, I want to make a deposit into my account. Oh my goodness. No, thank you. I don't have money to make a deposit, so it's okay, you know. Basu.
バス
Bata.
バタ
Hihi. Hayai.
ー早いはじめに
Hajime ni. Hajime. Ni.
はじめに
Hajime ni.
バタ
Butter. Anything butter face. Ay. No, that's a mean thing to say.
ーバタ
Hayai.
ー早い
Hayai.
バス
Please fill out this form. No! No, thank you. I mean, that would probably be a lot better.
バス
Basu? Why is this music so, like, in my face? Did it change again? Where are we in the playlist? It did change. We're on Chip Funk now. I think not. Dub Tendo. Smash and Chill. Is it Smash or is it Chill? Okay, it feels a little more chill than Smash. It's okay. Ah, to begin with. Hajime ni. Hajime ni.
はじめに
Hajime ni. Bata. 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 Huh.
バタ
I learned a new thing today. Bata. Pun. Bread and butter. Pan to. Butter. Basu.
ーバスパン
Pun.
パン
They asked you Catherine's line. Add extra applesauce. Pun. Not Catherine. That lady in Mondstadt. Wow. Which one? There's a couple. There's a few ladies in Mondstadt. NPC?
人
Hito. Hito. Oh no, man. Nanika. Nanika o saga. Sagashi? Sagashi's to look for? Desu ka? Nanika o... It's that lady in the jewelry shop. Oh, I know who you're talking about. She has the same model as someone else walking around the town. Margaret? Nanika osagashi desu ka? Osa... Nanika? What is this? That's why I asked, sorry. Cause like... Osagashi desu ka? It's usually omitted in casual speech. Oh, good. What was this one? Hito.
人
This music's all up in my ear holes currently. Relax. Hito.
人
Ichi? Hito. Hito. Not ito. Hito.
人
Hitotsu. What is hitotsu versus hito? Hito? Hitotsu.
人
Hito. Hito.
1ヶ月
1ヶ月。1ヶ月。They're omitted if they're obvious. Oh no. Itsu. Hito. Oh. Did they said it meant one though, didn't it? Okay, 1 month, 1 month. Yeah, you see, hito, hito.
1ヶ月
1ヶ月。1ヶ月。1ヶ月。1ヶ月。One of something. Hito. Ah, so maybe that's little squiggly is to say it must be combined with something.
人
Hito.
1ヶ月
Because I thought hito was person, but then I was confused by that one. What did he say?
1ヶ月
1ヶ月。
1ヶ月
1ヶ月。
昼ご飯
昼ご飯。Lunch. Ah. Or alone. Yes, I did actually learn alone for some reason. Like, to say that you're traveling alone, but I feel like that's never a thing you should tell people. Hiru gohan. I can't think of... There was something I was going to say and I've forgotten. Anyway, Hiru gohan. I know gohan is meal. Hiru? Hiru, like afternoon, I guess. Maybe afternoon meal. Hiru gohan. Gohan. Hiru. Well, look, as a woman, I would never say that I'm traveling alone. Like, in a foreign country? Never. I would never tell someone I'm traveling alone. Even, I guess, even as a man, it could still be a little dicey if you're in a foreign country. But yeah, as a woman, I would never say that. Never.
人
Hito. Hiru gohan. Hito. Huh? Wait, you wrote this before. What is this? Hitori? That sentence has been in my lesson so many times. Yeah, like it's a
昼ご飯
not a safe thing to
1
say.
ヶ月
1ヶ月
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 昼ごはん
You must go sit in the soup of your own filth and get ready for bed. Enjoy, Puggy. Enjoy the Puggy soup. And sweetest dreams when you do go sleepies.
昼ごはん
Hiru gohan.
昼ごはん
Hiru gohan.
フィルム
Firumu. Okay, again, because they do not have the FI sound, we combine it with this one. So this is this who? Who with E? Firu? Firumu? I would like to close my bank account. You got it wrong? Okay, well, I guess you can't close your bank account now. Firumu. 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 Who? Ah. Firumu.
フィルム
Firumu. No one uses rolls of film anymore. See you in like an hour. She's gonna message me at like 3 a.m. her time. What is the time actually? It is currently 2 a.m. in Japan. So she's gonna message us, yes, at 3 a.m. just as Jargon said. She's gonna message us at 3 a.m. being like, hey guys, I'm back! Gamma chama, hello! Asked my Japanese friend if she can tell the difference between H and F in English, and she genuinely said she can't. You shush. Puggy knows. Puggy knows it's true. Who and who? Who and who? And what about B and V? BDO. Oh my god, Gamma, that emote gives me life. Oh yes, I watched you drawing this! Also guys, we're just gonna drop a little shouty outy for Gamma Chama. If you like anything at all. Gamma's a streamer in South Africa. Very sweet bean. Don't know me. Don't know me in my own channel. I'm gonna ban you, Gamma. I'm gonna ban you. You can't tell me what to do in my own channel. If I want to shout you out, I will. Huh? What you gonna do about it? I'll put you in froggy jail. Put you in froggy jail for your blasphemy. No pluggies. I'm allowed to do pluggies. Okay, Gamma wants to be banned. Ban! Clean up your act, Gamma. Sort your shit out. How are you doing? Which is, Gamma's an amazing streamer. High quality. Like, high quality, high effort. Very cute VTuber. Froggy mech pilot. Very crackhead. Y'all know how I'm crackhead? Like, Gamma actual crackhead, though. Anyway, what did this guy say? Huh? Hito.
人
That looks like fun. I want to get banned too. No! Thank you for the bubble spawn. Thank you for the head pats. That's what you get for not sleeping. Go bath, you Stimky. Stimky Puggy, go bath. No, it's fine. Don't be sorry. Wait, you did an ASMR? Why, Spawn? Why? Do you hate me, actually? Anyway. It's your favorite? Oh man, I'm so bad at it. Can we at you? Yeah, if I type at hooded, it lets me. Anyway, let's start the timer. Can I turn the music down as well? Hey! Thank you for the subby, for Spawn. My load shedding starting soonish. Okay. It's ASMR time, bitches. We're gonna be whisper for 5 minutes. You better fucking enjoy this shit.
フィルム
Film. Film.
フィルム
Because who the fuck uses film these days? Bye, Dan. See ya. Wouldn't wanna be ya. Your lesson just told you be a little nicer. It knows. It knows you're a little shit. Okay.
昼ご飯
Hiru gohan.
昼
Lunch.
ご飯
Hiru gohan.
1ヶ月
Ikagetsu.
1ヶ月
He's loud, goddamn. Chill, dude.
フィルム
Film.
フィルムベッド
Beto. Beto. Beto ga daisuki. Beto.
フィルム
Film.
フィルムベッド
Beto.
ベッド
Oh shit. That was
ベッド
pun. This is pun. Listen, pun can be bred. I mean, pun. Pun can be bed if I wanted to be. Wouldn't you all like to sleep on a fresh loaf of bread? Pen? It is pen. Oh my god. Okay, pen can't be bed. I'm gonna go die quickly. Be right back. Someone ban hooded so that all those messages go away and no one can see that I made a mistake. Beto. Beto. Bata. Beto. How long was it? Hey yo, I did it. My shame will be forgotten. History will not know. Goodbye, Hooded. See you in 5 minutes. Hi, hi. Means quick. Hi, hi. This one, number 3. Bata. Hi, hi. I don't know this one. Beto. Beto. I want to go to Beto.
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 Beto. Hito.
人
Oh, I should have read the other ones. Hito.
人
I don't know the kanji in there. Can you please write it out for me? Thank you. Hiru gohan. Hiru
昼ご
gohan.
飯
Hiru gohan. Film. This is kiku. I don't know kiku. Miseru. To look. I think. Itsumo. 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 Every day? Itsumo. Again? Itsumo. It's either again or... Mainichi is every day. Itsumo. I think is again. But Hooded can't say anything, so...
フィルム
Film. 1ヶ月。1ヶ月。
1ヶ月
Hooded probably losing his mind, right? Imagine all the wrong things I'm saying and he just has to sit there and take it. Oh no. Hiru go ha
昼ご飯
Hiru gohan. Hiru gohan. It's this one? Nani? Oh! Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Alright, sorry guys, I am in ASMR mode right now, that's why I'm all whispering. Hello, hello, JJ. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Dreamy Luna. I haven't seen you in donkey's ears. Oh, the timer's up. I can speak normally. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, raiders. My name is Nato Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I am also currently learning Japanese. So if you want to join in on the studies, welcome, welcome. I was just doing ASMRs, so that's why I was whispering. Normally, I will like belt at the top of my lungs that song. I love it very much. But yes, I'm doing good, JJ. How are you? How was Stardew Valley? What were you up to today? I haven't played that game in ages, but it's a good one. Oh, JJ! I can't believe you've done this. Sir, please give me peace! Also, hi, Omega. And thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Dreamy Luna. Puggy, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Go sit in your soup. Get all warm and cozy. Thank you for the head pats, Omega. Okay, hold on. Let me set the timer again. Because y'all's a bunch of trolls. We got another 5 minutes of ASMR. I hope you guys are all happy. Okay. Bossy tight, bossy green, bossy fresh. Not notice. No, this was a scam between Dan and Jargon. What the fuck? You good? Fantastic. Did you go to Rage this weekend? If you were there, I didn't see you. Okay. Hito.
1ヶ月
It's not been 5 minutes, Buggy.
1ヶ月
1ヶ月. Big two, not little one. 1ヶ月. 1ヶ月. You didn't go this year, don't worry, Dreamy Luna, you didn't miss anything. Beto, not to be mistaken for. Pan, this is not pen, this is pan. I was right this time, welcome back, Hooded. Beto. Since your last message, Buggy, yes, correct. Firumu. Who uses Firumu still? What year are we in? Ah, Hiro. Gohan. Gohan.
昼ご飯
Hiru Gohan. Beto. Do. But.
ベッド
I missed you and everyone else. But I gave you a squeeze at Comic-Con, right? I got to see you at Comic-Con. Either it was a fever dream or I saw you there. Both are distinct possibilities. Ah, this one? Firumu.
Firumu
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I gave you a squish. Beto. Do.
ベッド
1ヶ月 1ヶ月 あ、tiny 2
1ヶ月
1ヶ月 I've been studying Japanese now for almost 5 hours. Your power's out, so watching streamers is a way to pass my time. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope you're not using your datas though. Data is very expensive in South Africa. Too expensive. Pen. This is one of the first words that I learned in university. Pen. Well, I mean when I was studying Japanese.
ボールペン
Boru pen. Boru. I need to not roll the R. Boru pen. Boru pen. Ballpoint pen. The router is hooked up to a UPS. Very smart. Very, very smart.
ボー
Borupen.
ルペン
Borupen. Why two men?
ボールペン
Only,
Borupen.
only men say borupen. Pen, 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 pen,
ペン
pen. Borupen. Borupen.
ボールペンポスト
Posto. Posto. Posto.
ボールペン
Borupen. Borupen. Posto. Posto.
ポスト
Posto.
ボタン
Botan. I love Botan. I love Botan so much. It's one of my favorite words. Press the Botan. Botan. Botan.
ボタン
Botan.
ペン
Pen.
ペン
Key. Botan.
ボタンホテル
Hoteru. 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 Oh. Te. It reminds me of a hand. It's holding something. If you imagine someone serving, it's on their hand. Hoteru. Hoteru. Been playing a lot of Dead by Daylight. Oh, nice. How are you feeling about like all the changes and stuff? Because I keep seeing Yamaki and like she's constantly complaining on Twitter about like all the changes that they're making, and I just like, bless her. She plays a game that she complains a lot about. Like I guess I complain about some things as well, but like, shame. She seems to have a really hard time. That happens with any game that you play with other people though. You're gonna have issues. Ah! Yamete kura stop! How do you say you're all full of shit? Chat bully, chat most bully. I'm gonna end stream now. What time was I meant to end though? Because I know that my power's going out at 8. I need a little bit of time to breathe in between these ASMR things, guys. I feel like I'm containing my entire sass when I do this. Just my entire body is just writhing in pain whenever I have to do ASMR. I'm just containing the Tato. It's very difficult, you know? Okay, I did say until 7:30. So yeah, because I need to go and get stuff ready. I have to do my raid and all that kind of stuff. So we'll maybe do a couple more lessons. You get your ass handed to you on a silver platter. Well, as long as you're enjoying it, right? You enjoy your ass getting handed to you on a silver platter. Okay. Moikai. Again, let's go. We got ASMR, guys. No, you didn't get scammed. I just needed to breathe, okay? Borupen.
ボールペン
Borupen. Hoteru. Hoteru.
ホテルポスト
Posto.
ポスト
Posto.
ペン
Ah, pen.
ペン
Pen. Botan. Botan. Botan.
ボタン
Hoteru.
ホテルポスト
Posto.
ポストホテル
Hoteru.
ホテル
Botan.
ボタン
You have your moments. You get some funny moments. That's good at least. As long as you're having fun. I think that's the most important part. Like, why play a game that just makes you mad all the time? That's how I see it, at least. Your laptop died. Oh no. Did you save? Pin.
ペン
Did you have a chance to save some of it? Botan. What else have we got? Sebi. Sebiru? Sha. Kyoshi.
ボタン
Botan.
ボールペン。
ボール、ボール、ペン、上、ボール、
ボールペン。
ボールペン。What are chocolate bars preferred gender pronouns? Hershey. Posto. Posto. Posto.
ポスト。
Posto. Unfortunately for you, I already knew that one. Botan. Botan.
ボタン。
Botan. Boru. 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 Pen.
ボールペン。
Boru pen. Hoteru.
ホテル。
Posto.
ポスト。
Posto.
ホテル。
Hoteru. Shh.
ホテル。
Hoteru.
ホテル。
Hoteru. Hoteru. It's broken now. Please give me peace. Hontoni. 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 Hontoni.
本当に。本当に。
Hontoni.
毎朝。
My asa. My. Every asa. Morning. Mainichi. Every day. My asa. Asa gohan. Breakfast.
毎朝。
My asa. Hontoni? Time is up.
本当に。本当に。
My asa.
毎朝。
My asa.
毎朝。毎月。毎月。
Maitsuki. Maigetsu. Maitsuki. Maigetsu. Maitsuki. I fell and hurt my asa. Ah!
毎月。毎月。
Maitsuki. Mainichi. Minasan. Evening?
That
Shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
Hi Yoda. Hello. How are you? My asa every
毎
morning.
朝。
My asa.
毎月。
My asa hurts. I've been studying Japanese for 5 hours now.
毎月。毎月。
Maitsuki.
毎月。毎月。毎週。
It's Smudge. Maishu. Maishu.
毎週。
Maitsuki.
毎月。毎月。
Maigetsu. Maitsuki.
毎週。
It's kinda cursed. Why? It's Smudge. Him's cry, but him's mad also. Yoda, thank you for the bubbles.
毎週。
Maishu?
毎週。
What was my shoe again? My
本
shoe?
当に。本当に。
Hontoni.
本当に。本当に。
Having dindins, is it curry? My shoe? Every week.
毎週
Maishu. Yo. Maitsuki.
毎月
Maigetsu.
毎月
Maitsuki.
毎日
Mainichi. I know this one. Every day. Mainichi. Here's day. Every day. I wake up. Maishu.
毎週
Maishu. Yoshu. Awashu.
毎日
Mainichi.
毎日
Every day.
毎朝
Mayasa. Every morning.
毎朝
Mainichi.
毎日
Hontoni.
本当に本当に
Hontoni. Mainichi. Every
毎
day.
日
Woo. Maybe we call it there for today. If I press the X, where does this take me? Oh, it takes me back to my list. Guys, so today when we started, this was on 20. That means I learned... almost 70 words today. That's pretty cool. We also went over katakana, but katakana is scary. I don't like... Katakana is very scary for me. Hiragana, not so bad. 69 exactly. It was almost 70, yeah. 69? Oh, fair enough, actually. I was waiting for the rest of Dreamy Luna's punchline there. That's why I kept getting distracted with the numbers. I was like... Okay, there are 3 prominent tribes in Africa. The Maasai, the Pygmy, and the Fukari. The Maasai are tall warriors who live on the savannas of Africa. Beat their chests with pride and proclaim, we are the Maasai. The Pygmy are short warriors who live in the jungles of Africa who beat their chests with pride and proclaim, we are Pygmy. The Fukari are average-sized warriors who live in the tall grasslands of Africa. They wave their arms around while jumping up and down and yell at the top of their lungs, where the fuck are we? But yes, I learned 69 words today. Nice! Can we get some nice in the chat, please? Head pats and nices in the chat, please. Nice! Yeah, okay, cool. So, we are going to now go find ourselves... Thank you for the head pats. We're gonna go find a peepo for us to raid. We're gonna go share the love. A funny number. Only the funniest of numbers, actually. But yes, I think we got a chunky raid yesterday from someone. I reckon we go give them a raid back. Go give them love. They do play. They're a Genshin Impact streamer as well. They raided us yesterday. Very sweet. Oh my god. And brought all the sweet peepos with. We actually had a lot of raids yesterday. But yes, it is time for Revengi. It is time for Revengi. Because I don't always get to Revengi people. No way. You're a Genshin Impact streamer? We're all Genshin Impact streamers now. Alright guys, you know the drill. Right? Small world. You guys know the drill. We're gonna take all of the love in our hearts with the raid message. Taito's crispy potato chips are invading, as I'm sure you're all aware. Y'all are the potato chips. Potato chips! Kora! Pudding. Anyway. Let me set up the raid.
Question mark.
Lovely. 10 out of 10. Brian really has something against you. I'm starting to think you are a Stream Elements employee. You're only here at the end. Sorry, Yoda, my power's going out soonish. I need to go sort my shit out. But yes, guys, grab that raid message. We're gonna go give all the love in our hearts to Sarah, who raided us yesterday. I want all of the love in your hearts, okay? We're gonna take it all over to Sarah. And give it to her instead. It won't be the last time. 10 out of 10. Hooded's been very bad today. Alright, every peepos, let's go. Pick up new peepo? It's good peepo. It's good peepo, rated yesterday. She is a streamer from the UK. I'm not sure if we have any moots, but she rated me. She was super friendly. Her peepos were lovely. So yeah, I wanna return some of that love. You're getting bullied for no reason? Debatable. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Be good. Bye, 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 bye. Yes, definitely say hi. Grab that raid message. Say hi. And also say bye to me because I'm going. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. I'm still here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye.